Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 5th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, and along with each and every one of the participants here. It's a roundtable discussion. We're all equal. We all have microphones, so feel free to chime in, to add your understanding to something, to take an exception to something that was said, perhaps. And as we understand, we learn from each other, as well, of course, from the teachings of Mr. Keshe. Well, we just saw a flight unit, and yes, it can fly. As Mr. Keshe said, there just needs to be a couple items added to the flight system, and it can physically fly. And that's what this workshop was about, understanding the difference between transportation and transmutation, and know when to use which, or to use a combination of different flight systems to achieve. I remember Mr. Keshe talking about that quite a while ago, and he said you would take a craft to a certain point and then the rest of it you would transmute. And I thought, that isn't that interesting? Why wouldn't you just transmute to a location? But apparently we have to hide in something physical to understand the energies or the magnetic fields of that particular area before you go out and transmute, if you want to go out and transmute. So as Mr. Keshe said, there's a lot to understand coming up in the future, but I think we'll all understand it. It's going to be made available to everyone. But certain ones, it seems, and we'll get into this, may prefer the transportation system over the transmutation. Apparently, the world leaders are going to have some issues with transmutation for themselves. And we'll cover a little bit of that today. But as usual, before we start, we're going to read the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Because this is part of the process of what we're going through to bring the man and this planet into a peaceful creature. Even the planet itself, apparently the soul is lacking energy and it has a wrong streak in it, and it replicated what it has. And this is part of the problem with the thing in creation where the creator decided to do some remodeling that all of us will be able to understand and become peaceful and have access to this transmutation and flight systems where we can move in the physicality and where we can move in the energy dimension, and then perhaps manifesting a physicality. But as he said, the flight system has already been done in 2008, and now the transmutation is already been done as well. It's not something, but it has to go through the team. The team has to learn it, build it, and the rest of it. But apparently transmutation has already been achieved. But to get to this point, technology in exchange for peace, we ask the world leaders, we ask the world religious leaders, and everyone on this planet to sign the World Peace Treaty. And as Alex says, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul, because when you get in the universe, I'm sure you're not going to see anything written. Of course, if you're traveling in the matter state craft, you may. So this is a very simple document, very profound. Again, you can find this at the Keshe Foundation website, which I'm on here, and you can make copies of this, you can display it, you can hand it out, and give people an elevation that peace can be brought to this planet and that they can be a participant in bringing the peace, starting with themselves, of course, and then moving it out, expanding it even further, and expanding it right across the universe. Yes, Herm?
I'm ready to read.
Can you see it clearly?
Yes.
Okay, begin whenever you'd like to.
Okay. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, or I, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this I will agree and swear with our or my nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, soul, and then a name, signature, date, position, on behalf of, it can be the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, town, or individual. And then it may be witnessed that after signing the treaty, we can be proud to display the certificate wherever we want, wherever we consider important, to have so everyone can see and know our ethos among fellow men and mankind and other creatures, created beauties of the Creator.
Oh, thank you very much. And again, we don't have to physically carry this. Can't we show this with our energies, with our emotions, with our actions, that there's something different about you than the others? You seem to be more of a peaceful person. And then you can say, well, you know, I've signed the World Peace Treaty. Of course, you look in the headlines today, for most people, this is an impossibility. But if they look at the technology being developed, in the Keshe Foundation, we know it's closer than it's ever been before. And that's the mission of Mr. Keshe as a universal teacher. This planet is up for going through a process of creating and the whole universe is as well, but to create peaceful beings on this planet. And this will extend to the sharks, to the killer whales, and to the human beings as well, the lions and all the rest of it. We don't understand exactly how, but we're getting more and more clues. Again, if you're being fed remotely, there's no reason to attack. You're not hungry. There's no need for food at the time. So we're going to see a lot of fantastic things. Perhaps you'll even pet a tiger. That was one of my wishes as a child. Gee, I'd love to just put my arms around the neck of a tiger, but you know, if you do that, you may end up as tiger poop. So, but with the new technology, with the new understanding, with the new fields, I think many of these things that have seemed so far off, or there'd be no way that you could have a snake that's poisonous and it wouldn't bite you, but it looks like this is the way it's going. And I'm not encouraging anyone to handle snakes. It just came up because I heard a fella in Texas was saying how he used to put out a lot of corn and bait traps for deers or whatever things. He says, but you got to be careful. He says, you have to take a shotgun with you when you go to fill up these feeders because there's so many rattlesnakes around them, and you could get bit because they're waiting for the mice or the little rabbits or other things to come up and feed. So he says, I've killed a lot of rattlesnakes because, you know, you just have to kill them. But in the new structure, in the new what's coming, I think everybody is going to be in a peaceful, pleasant field in so many ways. Again, this process may not happen overnight. It's going to be a process. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're really preparing the next generation in so many ways. But some of us may experience this in our generation. And it does seem that it's closer than it's ever been before. So a lot of these things we do in killing, and of course, we're talking about ending war between ourselves, but we still have war with the what we call, or the foundation calls, vertical people. These are all the plants that we like to take their energy, and also the horizontal people, the slaughtering of animals in the billions. This whole process is going to come to an end. I don't know if it'll wind down completely, but more or less over the time, we're all going to become peaceful. And then this is our ticket in a way, or our way we can enter the universal community. Again, there's choices there as well, as we'll hear in this workshop. So thank you, Erm, for reading the World Peace Treaty. It's very simple, but yet very profound. And of course, one of the things that helps us to come to peace is to remember about the three wise men that gave the gifts. And we've brought this up many times. And of course, most of the Christians missed it. And these were the gifts that were given by the three wise men from Persia to the Christ child. And we read in the book that it's incense, it's gold, it's precious oils or something else. But as Mr. Keshe said, the Christians missed it. The three gifts were thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. Now, won't that make a peaceful person out of you? It's a lot easier said than done. And of course, we're all working to achieve this. And this is the ethos of the universe, as I understand it at this point. And I also believe that this carries a huge shield of protection in a way for you. By thinking good, you're not going to create those negative emotions. By speaking good, you're not going to create those negative emotions. And by doing good, you're not going to create those negative emotions. Almost nothing can be attached from you or attached to you. And I think this has a secret seal of protection in it. There's something about this that's operating on a level beyond our understanding. And as we know, most of the diseases, 90%, are created through our emotions over time. Energy is manifesting in the matter state. So if you can, and it's probably a good lesson for all of us, to think good, to speak good, and to do good. These are the gifts of the three kings. And of course, they never corrected the holy book, have they, up to this point? But I think, as Mr. Keshe said, many books in science, many books in the different religions are all going to be examined at a much deeper level. And of course, people will eventually, as they get more knowledge, they'll walk away from these sort of institutions that don't change the books or the understanding. They'll just not be involved with them. So I just thought I'd bring that up as something we all need to practice and continue with this type of work, because it has a barrier or a shielding that it creates. Nothing can really attach to you too much, that if you're thinking good, speaking good, and doing good, it's quite a, what do we call that we put around the craft? A shielding. So I think this creates shielding for your own craft in so many ways, at a certain dimension, let's say. So we just thought we'd bring that up. What I wanted to do here is to go to the announcements by Mr. Keshe, and this isn't the one I was looking for here. I think it starts at okay, we'll just have to move this one. Sorry, I don't know why it's not in the tray. Sometimes these things get misplaced. Shouldn't have, but I think we can go to 108 and hear the announcements from this workshop. I think it's at 108, something about this time. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we'll just finish this up. And Mr. Keshe will come in and make some announcements, and then we'll go in the store and discuss a couple of the items he's talking about here and what's available for you to participate. But it's so great that we can all participate in this peace process, not through writing letters, not through making telephone calls, not for going out and protesting, but you can do the work through your soul, through your energies, as your reactor is quite a huge field generator, and the power you carry is quite immense. We're always looking to get energy out of our reactors or put energy into them and so on, but we're carrying on reactors that have so much energy in them, and we still want to go back and make something using copper and coils and the rest of this. But you are the actual reactor. So let's hear the announcements from Mr. Keshe following this workshop, and then we'll go back and hear a couple of these clips on the difference between and the systems that are being developed between the understanding of transportation and transmutation, which Mr. Keshe said one of my biggest wishes is that the people who are involved in the transmutation do not abuse the ones who are still using the transportation system. So I don't know exactly what that means or how you would abuse someone else who's not using transmutation, but we'll have to see. Again, keeping the thinking, speaking, and doing good always within your sphere, let's say. But let's go to the announcements. Then we'll go back to a couple clips in the teaching. And I'd like to also play Mr. Thomas's question that he asked about the moon, because that's been such a controversy over the last, 60 years? Did we land on the moon? We didn't land on the moon. Some people say the Chinese have photographed the footprints on the moon. The case is settled. Mr. Keshe says we'll have to see. We'll have to go there and perhaps take another picture or a tool off the lander or something else. But there's many, many exciting developments. And of course, China is ready to colonize the moon, as they said in 2030. And Mr. Keshe mentioned about landing 6 to 12 craft in the same day on the moon. No one will be able to say that the Chinese just got lucky. They landed a spaceship there, which they've landed before, I believe. And but this time it'll be 6 to 12 craft simultaneously, one after the other. No one will be able to say this is a hoax or this is just a lucky shot that they made it through. And of course, this is the beginning of man moving out into the universe. But Mr. Keshe said it's much easier to do it in the dimension of energy than in the dimension of physicality. So we'll have to see. But one of the reasons all these space agencies have been so successful, as he explains in Thomas's question, is that they've been using some of the technology over the years. They've been investigating it. They even call the Keshe Foundation and ask for advice or tell them they're using aspects of it or ask questions about the technology. So you can see this technology is at the highest levels of most governments. Now, some governments got the key, but they put it down. He said only about 3 to 5% of elite scientists in the world have really examined this. I would think it would be the Chinese, it would be the Russians, the Americans, and the rest of the more advanced, perhaps even Brazil. I think they're the 4th leading space agency or 3rd in the world. So there's a lot of things going on in the background, and we hope our Chinese partners will begin to announce. But again, Mr. Keshe has given them the pleasure of announcing this technology in the public domain whenever they see fit. But let's hear a little bit of the announcements from this past 536 Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
136 Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, May 2nd, 2024. And because it's the second half, we have the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. But before that happens, usually he has a few things to say. And please go ahead, Mr. Keshe, if that is the case.
Oh, there's not much to say this week. As we are all moving along and things getting done, and we move to the next stage of development and work and everything else which goes with our work. If there are any questions, if I remember anything, I'll let you know. It's just that don't forget the May session will be kept as it has been announced, and we try to what we call keep everything in order, that we see what we call how things move on, and how we what I call organize ourselves into a new structure and work. And we try to meet on the 16th of May for the first session of transmutation, and maybe in the June session most of your participants will be observers than participants, and that'll be a very interesting point for us to what do you call try to achieve, and we'll see how things take shape. But in general, we are standing there. Pardon?
So that's on the Friday the 17th, correct, of May? The third week in May for the transmutation?
May, yes. And we, as I said, most of you in June session, we hope, if we get everything right, will be observers than what we call participant in the session. But we'll see how our team develop things and how things take shape. And then we come about to structure things the way it should be. There's one thing that a lot of knowledge seekers, since we announced the closure at the end of the what we call our product range, have come in to open their section to their shops or their retail work or whatever to the company to sell the products of the Keshe Foundation. As I said, we respond to you. There is allocation for this. These allocations will then transfer into new product range if you want to carry on, which gives it a totally new structure. And we had a number of people making inquiries that they would like to open a shop in the, whatever we call it, in the country or whatever. We agreed with open up. We have no problem with that. But you got to learn in the next few months is not just the headband or the mask or the pillow. It'll be the cooker, the washing machine, the, what do you call it, your hair dryer and the car and everything else which goes with it.
So there's a lot of opportunity for stores to open, even if you just carry a couple little items. But it sounds like the store is expanding, and yeah, everybody has a cooker. You can buy a washing machine or a dryer anywhere, can't you? A hair dryer, you can buy it at the dollar store most likely. Car a little different. But the amazing part here is the washing machine, the dryer, the cooker, the hair dryer. There'll be no plugs on them. These will be powered by the energies of the universe as I understand it, and it won't have a battery in there. I think it may have this self-charging chip, perhaps, that Mr. Keshe has been carrying around in his pocket for the last 40 years. waiting for the right time to bring it out. So you can start, as Randy said, with this acupuncture store and other places where they're already carrying a line. I think, Randy, you said something about you brought a cup of life in there for the owner who wasn't feeling well, and other people that were there in the store said they felt the energy from, I guess they're energy workers, so they understand energy a little bit. The Chinese have been playing with meridians and acupuncture and blocking or unblocking energies within the body in the matter state. I don't know if you want to share anything about that, but feel free to
Yes,
come in.
I'm here now, Mark. Yes, that's what they do at that place. They're mainly they're basically the Chinese way of working with things. And I went there to make an appointment to get some acupuncture done myself, and I thought, why not take a cup one for the owner, because they said he wasn't feeling well. So I made it up and I just simply set it on the front desk. That's all I did. And I put my business card there and a little paper wrote, what is plasma, what is GANs? And 3 or 4 of the staff felt it right away. The front woman that was usually the front, what is this? She said, I really feel this. She said, so I started to explain it to her. And then another customer come in, so I was quiet. And then the customer picked up on it too and said, well, like, can you explain to me a little bit? So I explained a little bit, what plasma energy was and what Kohan was and everything. She said, I'd really like to learn more, but I don't have enough time. So she photographed it with her phone and took everything else. She said, well, can you come back here sometime? I said, well, I said, I'd love to come back. And then, so they've been there about 30 years in that same location. So once I go
Wow.
back there, I'm going to ask and see, what do we do with this? Well, he says, you just drink a little bit every day and then you fill it back up. And I did it in a mason jar and explained it to them and shook it up. I shook it up so they could see how it settled and everything else.
Yeah.
And explained that. So, sometimes you just have to let the energy do the work. Just setting it there, it was there for maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes before I went back to the front desk. And just the energy itself would change the room, change the people. So sometimes explaining it isn't the best method. Sometimes just let the plasma do its job.
And didn't this make Randy feel dandy? I think
Oh,
you got an elevation of the soul just sharing that, didn't you?
Absolutely. I was surprised. I was really surprised that they picked up on it that fast. And the one lady was really intrigued and, a smile on her face. And I told her when she said, yeah. And I talked about different things about, how coffee is good for one blood type. And I said, for example, if you're a type O, she said, well, that's what I am. So when you exchange energies like that, it is an upliftment for everyone.
You were hitting singles and doubles and home runs all day long.
Yeah,
huh?
exactly. That was a very good day.
They said, who is this guy bringing in fields of energy into our shop? But they could feel it. That is precious. That is very
absolutely.
precious. Again,
So
I think, yeah, go ahead, Randy, sorry.
I will be going back and doing a follow-up for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
see now you have to, if I just brought the store up, you have to sign in now to look at new things. When did they change that?
I don't know. I
New
know. Wait a minute. Was telling us earlier today that she wasn't able to get into the store. And now you're saying, what was you said you have to sign in to look at products?
A second, I'm going to cancel. So when you bring the store up and then you go to newly released products, it's asking me to sign in. Username and password.
Yeah, I'm on the store now. I'm not seeing that, but it was funny. The town does a collection every year or twice a year of any sort of hazardous materials that you paints or whatever sort of you have laying around that you want to dispose of. But this year they wouldn't tell you where it was. They just said to take a picture of the QR code. So who knows? I mean, maybe some of these things are being developed across the board where they seem to want to know who's there at that particular time and place. But that was a little bit different. They wouldn't tell the location. They said you have to take a picture of this QR code and then it'll be, I guess, revealed. It didn't say that on the postcard, but it said just scan the QR code and I guess you'll be led to the right information about where it's located. Maybe it's the same with the store, but I'm on the store now and I'm not logged in that I'm aware of because it says log in here. So I'd have to put in my password.
I also, yeah, I also tried, and it did ask for the email at some point, and then I forget exactly what I did, but then suddenly I'm in the store and it didn't ask me to log in. So there's something not quite right there. I think they're in the middle of changing things, maybe.
Perhaps we don't know, but just to peruse this shop, I don't think you don't have to buy anything or log in. I don't know, not that I'm
No,
aware of. Okay.
Yeah, and I found there were two options. One was for Europe and one was for USA.
Okay. Yeah, we know.
USA did nothing,
Okay. It's just.
but maybe it's different again.
All right, why don't we continue on? I just thought we'll go back to the store in a moment. We'll look at the cosmic bundles, the being an observer, a couple things there. But let's.
I think it's a glitch, Mark, because I just canceled the thing and it allowed me in.
Okay.
Like,
Whatever
so.
that means. I'm not very computer savvy by choice. But amazing that the cooker and Mr. Keshe, didn't he say last week about, you saw these things in the patent from when 2000 and whatever the patent was, and you thought these things were 50 years away or so many years away, they'll never happen and the rest of it. But now he's saying in the next few months, it's not just a headband or the mask or the pillow. It'll be the cooker, the washing machine, and what you call a hair dryer, all with no plugs. People may pick this up and say, hey, how come my hair dryer has no plug on it? And as I said, the amount of people that are going to be rushing in, I don't think we're quite prepared for it. People are going to be wanting to know more and more and more. So you're going to be quite a focal point in your community. I think if these things start coming out and they know that you've been in and around the Keshe Foundation and you understand part of the understanding, you can explain more and elevate them to understand more. Yes, I see a couple microphones, 3 microphones open. Go ahead. Or maybe they were just left open. Okay. Gail?
I was trying to, I have rubber gloves on and I'm trying to close it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, maybe her mic is open and she's walked away. No problem. Let's finish this announcement. So again, these things are not a dream anymore, and I don't think they're going to be put in there by the knowledge seekers making a cooker. I know we tried to make the self-charging flashlight or the everlasting flashlight. I wasn't successful a few times. And again, there's technologies, I think that as he said in this teaching, that they keep some of the principles are house kept, he said. And this is why people have not been as successful as they could have been, because some of these principles are not being released to the public or even to the knowledge seekers. So we try to replicate what we see, but there are hidden technologies in there, and there are, as he said, principles of doing some of these things that are, as he said, the principles in-house kept. Now, normally we would say we keep them in-house, but Mr. Keshe sometimes likes to mix the words up, and they're not really mixed up. He said, no, this is correct. So the way he put it was principles kept in-house, principles in-house kept. And you can find that in the workshop if you just Google principle, or in the just search for principles or something, or the word kept, you'll see. And this is one of the reasons that many scientists, or even the Chinese scientists, are asking for the combination of the space fuel, because they can't understand it. And like I said, the principles are kept in the house kept. So let's go back to this and continue to read. But just amazing, a cooker, a washing machine. Do you know the freedom the people will have that, as he said, no one can shut off your energy?
As we expand and what we call our work, new technologies will be applied, and then it'll go all with it. And then it'll be your, what do you call it, garden hose to come to your shoes and your clothing and everything else. So if this initial step is there for you, then we take it up to the next step to support you. Any other question?
And as we know, this store is going to have, when it's all done, maybe 30,000 different products. Hopefully some of those are been developed by knowledge seekers, but I'm not sure. I think Mr. Keshe has been making a Christmas list for years and years and years. And we know the Chinese are all ready to go. I remember it was discussed about they wanted a few energy units made with the CH4 and probably the matter state generator. And he said, we asked the Chinese to make us a few. They wanted to make hundreds of thousands of them. So I think the Chinese are already ready to go. And I also think that some of these products, as Mr. Keshe said, in the next few weeks. So I don't think they'll be making these products in the next few weeks. I think the products are already warehoused, probably in China somewhere. And they're ready to be gradually released into the store. The washing machine, the cooker, the hair dryer, things people use every week or every day in their lives. And as he said, this technology will touch every aspect of your life. So whether it's the cosmetic line, whether it's the pet line, whether it's other lines. So you can ask, as he said, to people that already have a store. They may want to carry some of these products, or if they find they're successful, especially what you said, Randy, if that owner feels better by the cup of life, he may decide that let's bring one or two of these products into the store, and then it'll just expand, 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 and expand. So someone who has a health food store or a wellness store, or maybe that's working with energy and other things, they may want to start with one of these products and it'll just take off. And this is one of the ways that the technology will be accepted. The more and more people use the technology, the more it'll become acceptable. So we're working on the store level, let's say. Mr. Keshe is trying to unblock the government's block that for them to move forward with this technology. So there's a multi-pronged approach, let's say, to getting this technology into the market. And now let's just go back. We talked about the flight system and trying to understand a little bit more about transportation and transmutation. We have to understand when to use what, how to use what. And again, this is not a game. He said, when you do the transmutation, the first few times it's going to be quite foreign to you. I mean, if you go to China, you may appear Chinese. If you go to Africa, you may appear African, or other locations, which is going to be a very, very strange experience. As he said, the fingers are not mine, but they're attached to me. I'm not used to this. But over time and gradually, as we continue to practice this, it'll become embedded in the soul to be able to do it instantaneously. So we're going to go back to about 22 on the workshop. We'll play a number of minutes of it. and then continue on. Or maybe we should actually be in the store at the moment. Let's just review some of these store products and what the, oops, sorry, what the offers are. Oops, where is it? It's not coming up. Okay. Huh. Okay. We have to slide it over. I'm looking for it in the tray. It's right on the screen. So he did mention the cosmic bundle, which we can see right here, cosmic ray plasma communication unit. These are available, or maybe there's a second choice for those, but yes, cosmic ray bundle communication. Maybe this is just for the extra headset. But here, this is part of a communication. Yes? Okay, I'm going to mute your mic. No problem. This is a part of the communication bundle, which is one of the things he had, again, mentioned, that you'll be able to communicate, but it's not like, hello, how are you? It's like feeling the emotions. He went through the story about when he did some diamond business and there was only one store and you had to travel from the mountain to down to the town to make an appointment to use the phone and the rest of this. And maybe some of our standard communication devices that we're using now, like your cell phone, will be connected to the cosmic ray bundle. I think the communication bundle is built into the Ubiso's unit. I had heard that before, but I'm not sure. But people with these bundles and the Ubiso's will be able to communicate in some way, but not so much with the spoken word, but with the impression of emotion. And as he said in this workshop, the technology is in the hands of the knowledge seekers and other people. And they're going out 15 units a month of these cosmic bundles that he's talking about. We also have cosmic ray material here, which again, if it's the C14 or others, we have to be taught how to use it, of course. But this is, again, a major development of capturing and converting cosmic ray material. And I think if you're exposed to higher energies, you become more enlightened. You become open to new understandings of knowledge, and they'll probably be used in combination. We see it's offered for $1,000 per gram. One of the things they're developing now is a sealed container and an unbreakable container, because this material is not to be removed. It's to be used with the fields of it. And again, there's more to be taught about this cosmic ray material. Then, of course, we have the transmutation preparation sessions, which is right here, which the next one will be the 17th of May. You can sign up for these. And as we've heard in the video the Brazilians made and Alex overvoiced, this is a part of the process of keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity. That the hands and the development are not tied as they usually are, seeking billions in funding to determine whether this works or not. Mr. Keshe is saying, why don't you participate? Yes, you have to pay for it, but at the same time, you're helping the team understand the technology more, and you may also receive a certain gift or energies put within your structure. That sometimes these energies are quite subtle. A lot of people say they don't feel much or they don't feel anything sometimes, but as Mr. Keshe said, you don't have to feel it right then and there. Sometimes a week later, a month later, 2 weeks later, the energies settle and you notice a change and you say, how did that change come about? And then we realize it's probably or could be from a preparation session. But it's most important to help the foundation develop and perfect the system so that in the future, it'll be an outreach to tens of thousands or millions of people simultaneously and at a fee that will be quite affordable for everyone. Maybe it'll go to $30 instead of, or €30 instead of 300. I know he said the feeding would be the cost of a McDonald's burger or something like that. So there's many, many things, but this store is about to be overtaken by some of these just fantastically new products that we can't imagine washing without a plug or electricity. And that may be just the first generation. The next generation, as he said, and we made a little video about that, that you can actually wash cars or wash clothes or other things without any water, just using the cosmic fields or cosmic rays to, and again, this is beyond our full understanding, of course, but the products will be made available. And I'm sure once our souls are elevated to the point of being responsible, that perhaps in the research centers and other places, people will begin to learn how to produce some of these things for themselves. But it may be kept, as he said, these principles could be continued to be kept, what he calls in-house kept, that they aren't going to be shared. You're welcome to buy a seat on an airline. You don't have to buy the entire airline, and you don't have to know how the airline is made to actually use it or to travel with it. So I think it's going to be the same with some of these systems, at least initially, or maybe just in this generation, where the offer is made and you'll be able to use it. As he said with the translator, the same way. You don't have to build a translator to use it, or a cell phone. So I think this is the principles that he's applying to the technology at this point. We haven't matured enough to responsibly handle it, and that's the process we're also going through. Anything else about the store that anyone would like to mention? Has anyone purchased anything out of the store as of late, or like to discuss something? Of course, we have another offer by the Keshe Foundation where they're setting up research centers into this technology, which will be overseen and guided, I believe, by Mr. Keshe. The fee is 25,000 euros per year, and you would also be required to provide your own lodging and food and transportation if needed to get back and forth to the research center. But he said this is not a day job. This is going to be a 24-hour job, and whatever you develop in there or work on, and you can change if you're interested in feeding 1 year, you may want to change it to energy the next year, and you may want to change it to another, perhaps pet products the third year if you were to stay in there. But this is another offer from the Keshe Foundation. So there'll be one in Arizona at this point, one in Iran, as I understand it, and one in Sanya that is already being developed, or maybe it's already finished for all I know. I think the European team is, or part of the team may be relocating to Sanya. Beautiful place to be, as many of us who've went there experienced. It is very hot in the day, but it's pleasurable in the morning and in the late afternoon. And it's a beautiful place, very similar, tropical island, I think they'd call it. So that'll be another opportunity for you to become actually full-time. And you can also, let's say you can't, well, yeah, here we see the transmutation sessions. I'm just looking for this other one. You can also raise funds for people in any of these things, whether you'd like to see them go through a transmutation session. You can send in funds for that. You can go to a seminar that's coming up in Iran or in Washington, D.C. You can allocate funds that the foundation would then pick someone to sponsor in a way if the funds are there. Maybe Mr. Keshe will add more. You can do that as well. So the seminars are coming up. You can help sponsor someone, or you can sponsor someone in the transmutation preparation sessions as well. So maybe you don't want to go, but as Stefania said in the questions with the UC meeting, which I mentioned earlier, how Stefania didn't think she was going to go to Sanya, and she wished everyone well. And it was a couple days, I guess, before the conference started, maybe 3 days before or something. And she sent messages. It was totally unaffordable for her to go to Sanya. So she just wished everyone well. Hopefully they had a good time. And she said within minutes of her sending off those messages, someone called her and said they would sponsor her to go to Sanya. Now, she didn't mention who it was or how it all got put together, but somehow the souls are working together, and that's the reason she was able to go to Sanya. So you can help someone else to enjoy this or enjoy this for yourself. Again, this learning experience, this interaction with other knowledge seekers, and the development of yourself. So feel free to give any funds you'd like to and designate it as a donation for whether it's going to be a transmutation session, perhaps it'll be for someone that would like to join the research team, or perhaps it would be one of the seminars that are coming up. So there's plenty of opportunities for you to support and sponsor others if you have that ability. So I just thought we'd share that. Okay, I think we're going to go back to the workshop if I have it here. Maybe I don't. Where is that workshop? Okay. Well, for some reason it has disappeared off of my tray. Ah, there it is. I have so many of these things. Let's just go to this. And what I thought we would do here is we're going to start at minute 22 there, right? And we're going to look at the transcript simultaneously. So let us go to the transcript. And here we are at minute 22. We'll spend about 8 minutes here, and then we made a little bit of a clip we can play later, and a couple other little clips. But the workshop is just full of understanding and knowledge, and it puts you in a position where you're, if you review it, if you study it, if you read the transcript, I'm not saying you'll get 100% of it, but you'll get much more confidence in what's being spoken about here and understanding the way Mr. Keshe is moving. And we just see right here, this is an art. Yes, it is. And we need to learn that art of transmutation, transportation, and this is the process we're all going through. And of course, as you learn it, you'll then teach the others if need be. Maybe the others will figure it out for themselves in a way, or by being in the system, they just go with it. But let's take about 8 minutes here.
Just before end of last year. And so understanding that we have the knowledge of transmutation, now building a system to deliver it for a human being is the next step of development in the next few weeks. Which means we have to create the condition of the air you breathe, which connects you to universal systems. The condition of the structure of your body and the emotion and the fields together in Mongol. This needs, and this in a way as an art, which means you understand in how to create the atmospheric condition of the moon, for example, gravitational magnetic field of the moon, that the soul accepts the new condition for manifestation of new physicality. In the test by the end of this month and in June test, we try to keep the transmutation confined to Earth. In a way, we replicate the condition of the planetary system as it is. Then it's for those who have been with us and tested that they've been to the position, this time to manifest themselves at the position, time and place. The complexity of such a move, it brings a totally new dimension to the science and technology. Up to now, the world of science was engaged in moving an atom, an electron, and call it whatever they could to move one from one position to another.
Can you imagine if you're working on this in CERN or wherever they're working on moving one atom, and all of a sudden you hear that the whole structure has been transmuted? That they've actually moved the human being from one location to another? Can you imagine the amount of atoms? And as he says, we're putting you in a package in a way. But I think the scientists that are working on this, the spectacles are going to fall off their nose. They're just going to be unbelievable. This could not possibly be. We're just trying to work on an atom. Here, someone's coming along with a system moving the whole structure. Impossibilities, but this is what's going to get the attention. And then they'll hear about a washing machine that you don't plug in and it's still working. I mean, it's just going to hopefully not cause too many breakdowns in the world of science and the emotional balancing of some of these scientists. I can see this. This is beyond anything that's in any books or anyone's imagination in so many ways. Not everything, but many things will be.
The world of science never understood the completion and the totality of what it needs to be done for such a, what we call a structure, for such a possibilities. And this allows us in a way to create, understand, and develop new technologies. As I've said before, when today the scientists want to move and they are working on is how to move an electron of an atom of hydrogen to another position. They think they achieved it. But what has not been understood, you can move many electrons, combination of molecules, without moving a single electron, by creating a field which all keep their work intact. In a way, we create a dimension, a new structure of what we call womb of the mother, which means we create a new dimension in magnetic field of the environment. And in this position, by replicating this in another position, not necessarily containment, we can move the whole structure back in another place. In a way, we move the box, not an electron. In this process, we achieve transmutation in full tact. But as you arrive in a new environment and the field is slightly different, then the electrons and protons and molecules of the same body attain a new position in respect with each other. So we deliver you according the way your structure sees fit to the new position. Transportation is a physical condition where we get you from A to B. You're limited to hundreds and thousands of years of man life to get to a position, or hours of traveling across this planet to get to a position. With developing what we call the cosmic ray units, which now we have tested, and you took it with you, some of you, as the new Bezos with the headphone, and with its base, is the backbone structure of this technology. Which means once we have completed this, now we know it works, Now we add this parameter together to it, and then you can see a new system of transmutation. It's a new system of moving things, but holding on to the structure. And because you work within the structure of the cosmic rays, when you arrive, you accept magnetic field changes of the environment, not the condition of the physical, the air, the temperature, and the rest. This is the difference between what we call transmutation and transportation.
So as he goes on to further state, this technology, the cosmic ray bundle, the UBISOS, is already in the hands of the knowledge seekers, and more units are being produced on a monthly basis. So are you going to build a system for transmutation? Are you going to build a system for communication? It's already in the hands of the knowledge seekers. We have to learn how to use it, but he's slowly, step by step, releasing this technology in the hands of the knowledge seekers. They may not be able to replicate it, but they can use it and they can share it with others. And this is what's being laid out. So now we see the transmutation. As he said, we've already done it. And the transportation has been in the hand of the Keshe Foundation since 2008. Remember the flying car? Well, that's coming back around. And even into craft and other things, as I understand it. Let's continue for a few more minutes.
In transportation, the speed of the air, how much resistance you have, how fast you can go, what machinery you have, dictates when and how you arrive. In transmutation, we play with the magnetic field of the environment. So when you arrive, the field, the strength of the environment affects directly the structure of the, what we call the body of the man, the box, the cat, the dog. Here you feel hot and cold. Here you feel Japanese and Chinese when you move from New York to China or Japan.
So not only will you feel Chinese or Japanese, but you're going to take on the structure, it says. And this is going to be a huge shock, as he put it, for most of us. I go to Africa from New York or where I am, and now my skin is a different color. Can I accept that? Will I be able to handle this? As he said, you look at your fingers, you know it's your fingers, but they're not your fingers. A new structure has been taken up based on the magnetic fields and what you wanted to manifest. So this is quite a huge step for all of us. It's not a joke anymore, and it's not a game, and it's not a costume. You're going to become that entity. And so maybe this is one of the reasons some of the people will prefer the transportation side of it rather than the transmutation. But as he said, no one, the governments may want to control the transportation end of it, but no one can control the transmutation of it once you've learned it.
Here you change the clothes of the man. Here you change the soul of the man to manifest itself in interaction with the condition of the environment. And this is what is important for our knowledge seekers to understand, how the division between the two systems clearly is set out as of this now.
Again, he's not asking you to build the system. He's asking you to understand what will happen to you when you enter these systems, or what could possibly happen. That you can anticipate it, expect it, be ready for it, and maybe after a couple times it won't be such a shock.
In transportation, which we'll show in Iran, will be this. In Washington, we'll show this. And this will be done in the presence of Iranian, what we call authorities in Washington. be it Iranian president, be it the head of the nation, and many other nations, this will be shown. The same as in Iran. We'll invite the head of the nations to come to understand crossing this planet is minute job, not hours. And crossing nations is instantaneous in this too. This is the change. This is the new understanding that the man has to decide. Where we land, do we want to still carry on with our vehicles, or do we carry on with transmutation through the emotion, through the fields, and what we call the energy center of the man, which is the soul of them. So you understand the difference. You understand why when we say transmutation and transportation are two different matter points. Many people will travel this dimension. Many people will try to do this because this to them at this moment of time is too heavy to understand. I can accept going from Tehran to Washington in 10 minutes, a faster plane. But I don't know if I can accept to the new look I'll get in New York when I arrive or in Washington with transmutation.
Was just thinking, if you go to China or you then manifest as a Chinese individual with the yellow skin, slightly yellow, if you want to call it that, and the customs and the languages, are you going to look at Chinese people in a different way now because you've taken up that clothes? Or if you go to Africa and you become black, and you don't understand it, your hair is different, your fingers are different, the rest of it, are you going to treat African people different now? Or are you going to have a deeper understanding of the process of creation that'll bring you even further into a peaceful position? This is what I was just thinking about.
Would the American authorities ever understand the gentleman landed is the head of the Iranian nation as a president, because he'll manifest using the transmutation in the dimension of the fields of the essence of the culture of the land, in the emotion of the soul of the land. Would he still have that beard? Would he be carrying the turbine? Would he be there in a color of the clothing and the thoughts which he left Iran? The biggest problem for the Iranian president to travel from Tehran to Washington is what would happen when I arrive. Would I be recognized as the head of the nation? And then you understand, with the transmutation, there is no kingship. There is no headship, because you appear as a soul, as you transfer, and equal to the others who transmit that video.
So yes, it's going to reinforce this process of equality of all souls, I think, as you take on these different personas, these different clothes in a way, same soul of physicality, but the shock is going to be, you look in the mirror, you're not going to see what you're seeing now in the mirror, the clothes that you have on now. So this is why many people won't choose it. But he said the common man, which is most of us, I would think, will choose and be able to transmute, where the leaders may be slightly afraid of changing. They need their bodyguards, as he said, or they need the frock or the beard. They're going to choose the transportation method, but it will be in minutes from New York to Beijing rather than, and they can accept that, as he said, it's just a faster plane. Let's bring up the next, in a way, if I can. As Mr. Keshe said, the transportation and transmutation is in our hand. Let me just move this one out of the way. And we're going to go to here for about 12 minutes. Any questions? Feel free to stop any of this. Anyone would like to ask a question? I know Alex is in the background. You don't have to depend on me for the answers, which is a good thing. So we're going to go just a few minutes ahead to the 35-minute mark, and we're going to hear more about this transportation and transmutation and who's going to pick what.
Those leaders who are truthful, they are what they say, will choose this. Those who have to hide will choose this. The process of understanding the technology is important. The process of understanding the changes in science and technology is important. The changes is inevitable. The knowledge is with us. As I was just telling Rick before, the first transmutations have already been completed. We are not looking to transmute. We have to understand.
Okay, did we all hear that? The first transmutations are already completed. So there's been a lot of work going on in the background. We thank our team that's been under the tutelage of Mr. Keshe in so many ways, understanding this more and more. But apparently the success has been shown in the transmutation. Now, whether they transmuted a rock, a cat, a person, I'm not sure, but it all works pretty much the same way as I understand it. So the transmutation has already been completed. You're going to build a transmutation system? You're welcome to it.
We have to understand the process. Our team has to understand how to achieve that process. Transportation by matter state will need reactors. Understanding of the gravitational fields in matter state. Transmutation needs understanding of the cosmic rays and their gravitational field forces.
So, as he said, the matter state transportation is going to need reactors. And isn't this what the UFOs are using? Magnetical gravitational positioning systems? Maybe a little fancier than this. But as we interact with some of them, they're going to show us some of their advanced craft as we exchange understanding with them about the transmutation process. Remember, they're still in the matter state. They're still traveling in the matter state, even though they have much, much knowledge greater than ours in the matter state understanding of it. But they're still in a craft. They're still in the matter state. So this is what makes the universal community a bit envious of the position of mankind, that we are being gifted this knowledge. Before we were insignificant dust in the universe, and now we're becoming a significant dust in the universe. But again, not to abuse it, but to share it and to understand it thoroughly. We continue.
The transmutation system will be what we call in the hand of our people in matter of days. How they understand it, how they convert the knowledge to tools and systems that later on this knowledge is imprinted in the soul of the man, then every man can transmute.
So quite simply, the more you use it, the more it gets imprinted within you, and we'll all be able to transmute, hopefully without the system. As he said, the system is you. We're the ones that denied it, but we do need, as he said later on, there's a lot to understand. But he's asking us to understand it. He's not asking us to build it. Maybe in the future we will. But at this point, he's saying use the system. It's in our hand. It's available. It'll be offered in the store.
In the next weeks, we'll concentrate on this part of the technology. This part of the technology was completed in Iran, and we have tested many times.
As he said, the Iranians are flying over the United States every day in craft, the transportation, what we said. Mr. Keshe mentioned this years ago, and we do not have the technology to put them on the radar screen. We can't detect them. They're using some sort of cloaking or some sort of shielding that doesn't allow our matter state technology to pick it up. But he had indicated they're flying over. So if they're flying over the United States, they must be flying over many different nations. Maybe when the technology or the shielding or they come back into the state where they can be seen, maybe this is the reason for some UFO reports. Some, I'm saying. I'm not saying the American government doesn't have advanced craft, and I'm not saying that the real UFOs don't come here, because they do. They come for the seawater. They come for other things. This is a well-known destination across the universe. But again, they're quite intrepid about it in a way, or careful about it, because we're still in this state of war and killing and eating each other. And of course, if they look appetizing, we may try to cook them or something. So they have to sort of hide themselves at this point. And that's why we have the peace treaty and moving into a peaceful permanent condition on this planet, so they can manifest themselves openly without being bashful or having to hide in another entity or to appear as something else, or even hiding in the clothes of the man, as we know.
The understanding of the process of transmutation, the understanding of the methods of the transportation, and how to cross one to another will be engaging men of science for thousands of years to come. In the initial stage, many people will double in both directions, in both systems. And then gradually, the consensus will set how we travel, the way we travel, where we use transportation, and where we use transportation.
So what did he say? That this would be thousands of years? Let's see, where are we? Around 35, 37 minutes here. He said this is completed. It's time for the team to understand. Okay, I just can't find that part about the thousands of years. Man is going to be embroiled in this understanding of the, yeah, right here. The understanding of the process of transmutation, the understanding of the methods of transportation, and how to cross one to another will be engaging men of science for thousands of years to come. Let's continue.
In the coming time, as we strengthen the knowledge of our knowledge seekers, we'll endeavor to, in some teachings, live, to show the manifestation of the transmutation. Colonization as a human race, physicality is a difficult task. Colonization through the soul transportation of the man is the easier way, practical way, where man taps into the energy of the universe through cosmic rays and cosmic fields and does not depend on a banana and orange in the lap. The process of transmutation for us is completed. Just the time it takes our team to understand how to achieve it, how to design a system to do it, which is a matter of days and weeks. The process of transportation was completed in 2008. They're just playing with it to keep busy till the governments become knowledgeable and get ready for the process to come. A combination of the use of the transportation and transmutation will give man the confidence of traveling across the universe, hiding inside a physical dimension while you're learning about the environment. This is what it is when you travel with a transportation system. You literally hide inside another structure till you understand the environment which the structure is in. Then you transmute to the new position. Or you do the reverse. In a way, this is that life-gaining container for man to switch, where the planetary system or the environment which you want to live is here. You transmute into dimension of the safety of a physical structure, understanding it, and then you transmute further. Sometimes you don't need this interim as you learn completely, but for the time being, you can even use this to land on the new environment, then you can transmute. These are the process of the teaching. Man has to learn step by step. And now we have opened this era. Fuel, matter energy, cosmic rays, and cosmic fields. You have to learn how to convert from one to another. And sometimes use one inside the other. Now, as I said, past few weeks, we start laying the path, the roadmap of the man to become a member of the universal community through his soul, not through his physicality, through his central energy, where universal community cannot be on the way according to the matter state for billions of years from the other side of the universe to come here, where using transmutation magnetic fields is instantaneous. There's a lot to learn. A lot to learn. How?
So amazing that even with the advanced UFOs, it could take them billion years to cross from one part of the universe to another, or to get here, as he said, when using the magnetic fields is instantaneous. Wow, are they going to think they're in slow mode, as they say? So they're quite anxious for us to achieve this and deliver this so that they can start working with this as well, I would think. And they're probably more than happy to engage with us if we become peaceful creatures and then share so much matter state knowledge with us, as Mr. Keshe said in a number of occasions. With man's level of knowledge, we couldn't even hold the door for some of these ones in the UFOs and other places. The amount of knowledge is just so much greater that we couldn't even hold the door for them. Just an example.
From one point to another, that you see the cosmic ray of this planet, but you don't see the other one you're going to. And from here, you can see this. So you have to learn the process of hopping. It's like changing train stations to another train. In the cosmic rays, you work with the sight of the vision of the fields, feel the strength of understanding in a not a visual sense, but in magnetic field sense, the connection of the fields to what they connect, that you can pick up the strength of to reconnect to.
So he said we have to learn this process of hopping, the way you would get out of off a train and then pick up a cab and maybe pick up an Uber, or get off a plane, take a train, you hop onto the train, from the train you get a cab and the rest of it. So this is what he's talking about here, this we have to learn this process of hopping and when to use what, for what, or a combination of both. Again, he's not asking us to build it, he's asking us to learn how to use what's already created. My understanding.
Now you understand, in the past 3 or 4 weeks, slowly, step by step, I'm opening your eyes, your understanding into how the future will hold, what the future is, and how man is developing the process to achieve this position. The technology in the dimension of this part makes technology in this part obsolete. In weapon technology, in defense technology. And because we achieve this part, we have already made this part as a tool to kill and defense and military obsolete. As I said to Man Up Military very recently, let the Americans develop the latest weapon technology, let them develop the latest nuclear. Once you prevail with the fields of the plasma, nothing works. Everything can be diluted. When I was looking at the instance a few weeks ago, when so many missiles were thrown at another nation by another nation, and 7 nations get together to see how with the anti-missiles, anti-rockets, firework to stop. I said, what a primitive way the man has chosen to kill, and what a primitive way man has chosen to defend. With understanding the process of the transmutation, understanding the creation of the cosmic fields, you just need to create a fields, and all those rockets will drop off like nothing. In a way, you can't even find them because they dilute in the fields.
And I'm sure the universal community understands this dilution process. Again, when you have a craft traveling, a UFO or whatever, you create shielding around it. Not only 1 layer, not only 2 layers, but perhaps 3 layers. And that shielding extends out in front and in back of the craft. So if an asteroid is coming your way, or a meteor or something else that is unavoidable, what happens if the first shield doesn't pick it up, the second one does, if the second one doesn't, the third one does. And what happens is there's no explosion of the asteroid. There's no big bang or anything like that. What happens is the asteroid becomes diluted into its original elements of atoms. And so there's no harm to the craft. So this is the part of what he's talking about. And he mentions it in the book about dilution, plasma dilution technology. And it seems like this is what will be employed. The transmutation understanding makes the matter state understanding of weaponry obsolete, where you can create a field that he said you won't even find the rockets. They'll be diluted into their original elements, as I understand it. Anyone else want to make a comment here?
The combination of the 7 nation succeeded in 99% success in destroying what's so-called the offensive. And that 1% getting through has destroyed the most strongest military base in the world. With this technology, when such a system is fired, with understanding the cosmic ray, the success is 100%, and they never arrive anyway. And if you are clever enough, you never let them to fly to start with. And there'll be no sign of them. Understanding the plasma technology and its power of application makes tools of war on this planet obsolete. And you cannot use the knowledge in plasma technology in what we call transmutation for a tool to control, to kill, because it's a balancing field. Now you understand how complete the process of creation will be when the man understands the process and the difference between the transmutation and transportation. Where transmutation will bring peace, reaches the soul of the man, elevates the man to the position of understanding the creation, and transportation still gives man the shackles of physicality and all it goes with it. In the coming weeks, hopefully by the end of June, when we start showing the first test in transmutation, you will come to understand how far is the strength of your own inner field. How far you can handle your own field. How much you can dictate to what to absorb from the environment. How much you allow the structure of the fields and what we call inertia to create a new dimension of you. The biggest shock for those who go through transmutation is, in a way, accepting the physical dimension due to the what we call gravitational magnetic field that time, place, and position creates. It'll bring such a shock to man the first few times till he learns this is the new way, this is what I have to accept, and how I can live within it. It is an amazing feeling when the body of the man, the physicality which you take in a new position, is different with the emotion which the soul of the man has learned to work with in the dimension of physicality of the origin.
Okay, any questions? You think he's pulling our leg? The systems aren't already there. It's just us understanding what happens to us when we go in a system like this understanding. And there still is a lot to learn. So that's what we're doing in the preparation transmutation sessions, helping to develop systems, to perfect them actually, that'll be available to everyone, and so on and so forth. One of the questions Mr. Thomas asked, I thought we'd go to that if we can. Let's just see here, just a moment. Let's see, where did that go? Well, perhaps we better bring it up on here then, and we're going to go to 134 here about Mr. Thomas's question. We've all heard about so much controversy since when I grew up. Did we go to the moon? Well, at first there was no question we went to the moon. Then people started questioning things about the photography and some of the radiation. This is what Thomas brings up, Mr. Thomas, and so on and so forth. And we'll see how Mr. Keshe addresses this. A very good question, because some of the things that we may have taken, again, I don't know. Rick seems to think that the Chinese have photographed footprints already on the moon. So the question is solved. Perhaps he's correct. But Mr. Keshe said we'll have to, I think, wait and see what we find when we go there on the moon. But let's hear this question. It unravels quite a bit of this controversy in a way. It's not settled, but hopefully in the next number of years it will be fully settled. And then if they're correct and man did go to the moon in the 60s, 1960s, that's all well and good. But if we've been, again, under a hoax of what was happened or what supposedly happened, I think NASA will be lose a lot of face in this, because they've perpetrated this on all of us. Even in Iran, Mr. Keshe said he queued in line and waited. Well, let him tell the story and so on. But the rock that they gave to Iran when we were on good relations with Iran turned out to be, and I think he mentioned this in a previous workshop, actually petrified wood, that it was never a stone from the moon. Not that the Americans didn't have them, but they didn't share them at the time, even though they told them they were giving them a moon rock. So maybe I should just bring this over here, and we'll bring up the transcript here, and we'll move down to that 134 if we can. And just hear this question that's been on everyone. And again, we can't prove it in a way at this point. But let's go. And there's a little bit of controversy here. I think Rick muted him, and Mr. Keshe allowed him to speak, and so on and so forth. So there's a little bit of that in there. So we'll just work through that. But this is an everyday question, and maybe since the space agencies are all adopting some of this technology, you can explain a little bit better the way Mr. Keshe put it when you get into a conversation about the moon. Did we go or we didn't go?
Comprensibile la traduzione che mi venne data dagli altri del nostro gruppo.
Oh, the Italian's just finishing up here.
Okay, I think maybe that was directed to the Italian group. So I'm going to mute you now, Giancarlo. Thank you.
Any other question?
Okay, from our Thomas has a hand up here. Let's go to him. Then there's a couple of more questions in the Q&A as well.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, Rick. I have just a interesting, or something interesting has happened this week. There was an interview for Mr. Sibrel by Mike Adams and Joe Rogan. And this Mr. Sibrel was talking about the NASA fakery that they have not been to the moon, the Americans. It's the first time we hear that all these things were made in America, the films, and that it would have been impossible with the
Can I intervene? Can I explain something?
Please.
Now, Indian, Chinese, and a few other nations, Russians, all are landing and will land in the coming years on the moon. In addition to Keshe Foundation, Space Technology, and other private organizations which are working, we are not the only one. Soon we'll pay a visit to this place. where Americans supposedly landed. And this question will be resolved forever. And it's no use to getting involved in controversy of they did, they didn't do. What we call Chinese are, they've said by 2030 they will colonize the Star colony on the moon. Now, one of the things we'll see most probably going to the place where paying homage to where the man says landed the first time. So I hear a lot of these things what you're talking about, and there's a lot of claim and counterclaim and fakeness and whatever. This is on the card. It's just, would we land in next 12 months systems through gravitational system, and would we go to the dimension, to the place where they say they landed, unless they come up and say, oh, aliens hijacked our unit, it's not there anymore, and the flag is gone. So it's just a matter of a handful of years, which this will be resolved. And it's like everything else. They claimed, and that claim put other nations to match up to, and it's brought our knowledge forward. It's made the Russians eager to get in, the Chinese and the Indians, and so it hasn't been bad. But if it's been a lie, it's got a few more years of living it, and then there comes the question of, do we ever trust Americans if it's a lie? So just we believed them for 50 years, another 5 years doesn't make much difference.
Mr. Keshe, I thought it was very interesting at this very moment that this came out from this Mr. Strebel in talks with Mike Adams and Joe Rogan, that this was a fakery, that this was a lie. I think it is very interesting to know from this man that apparently it would have not been possible to send humans to the moon through the Van Allen belt because it would be too dangerous. We would die.
This has been addressed. This has been addressed several times, and many times over in the last 50 years. Thomas, this is not something that should be even talked about here. We can look at the Chinese have already photographed the footprints of the original footprints. Talk to the Chinese; they already know about this from their lander.
Let me finish my thought. What is very
well, you should listen to Mr. Keshe. He doesn't want you to finish your thought.
Listen to Mr. Keshe. The question here is that we can send material.
Does anyone want to explain the Van Allen belt? And I've heard this before from people in the past, that there's a radiation belt or something, that it would be too dangerous there was not enough shielding in the craft, and they would have put the astronauts at quite a disadvantage in a way going through this. Does anyone want to explain anything deeper about this Van Allen belt? And that's been one of the reasons, they say, that people have talked about, that you couldn't possibly travel through there without becoming quite sick, or eventually becoming sick. Anyone? If not, no problem, we continue.
Do go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Let him speak. Don't disconnect.
Okay.
Let him speak.
Sorry, go ahead.
Shall I say something or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Keshe, the question was in these two interviews that this man said it is absolutely no problem that we can send different materials to the moon because the materials are not affected by the Van Allen belts. However, the man as a living unit is affected, and therefore we were not able to go there. So I thought it very interesting that this comes at the same time as you tell or you make us understand that there is a possibility of transmuting the soul of the man and transporting the soul of the man. Of course, then we are not affected by the things of the Van Allen belt. That I found it interesting that it's coming at the same sort of time, like something which sort of comes to the same conclusion at the same time. That I found very interesting, and therefore I think will be very interesting to see how the Chinese or the Indians or the Russians, whoever, will solve this problem to be able to transmute man.
The thing is, the technological advancement is so rapid, especially in past 6 months. The whole space technology, the Russian, the Chinese, the Americans, in past 12 months especially, has moved and more concentration on plasma development. And some of it we see is a fingerprint work of the Keshe Foundation. A lot of scientists in these organizations listen to the teaching. We have a broad base in all of them, in all aspects. And it's inevitable, this is why we opened a patent, that through their understanding, through their education, through their evaluation, elevation of the knowledge, they will reach new levels of understanding in science. We see NASA striving with plasma technology. Chinese are deeply involved in it. The same are the Russians. Indians are hanging along, but what is very interesting, a comment from a very high-level guy, he says, we let Musk play his rocket game just to be busy and keep the others busy while we have already moved on. As I was speaking with him regarding his, what do you call it, new space technology, he is trying to move into what we call zero gravity again now himself. He's going to lose his, what do you call, a space company. And we offered $1 for his car company, and then you see, at the moment he's a bogey guy. And keeping concentration there, moving to plasma technology now is a work of all the space agencies, without a doubt. And they're using, we see them, they communicate with us in different ways, trying to access the knowledge. So sooner or later, we will achieve, we'll land, we will show a lot of things. But if you understand the technology of the transfer, everything is possible. There's no impossibilities. And I always say, it's very interesting when you say if they've been to the moon and matter has been changed. I've been one of those who've been touched by this moon landing at a young age. The American government gifted a small piece of a stone to Iran to be shown in what we call the main square museum up in Tehran. And I queued for hours to see this. So a lot of us are captured by manned landing, and a lot of queued a lot of hours to see a little stone of the moon. And as I said before, when I went back to Iran in 2008, I went to the center because the center is between the research center and where I resided. I was kept. I had to pass it every day. One day I decided, I went in and I asked a question. Has the stone from the moon kept? They said, oh, that was all lies. It never existed. It's not here. It's never been here. And I queued for hours to see that stone from the moon. We all had a few seconds to glance because the queue was so long. We believed in it. We are children of that generation. And let's see if they fooled us or it's been there. We'll see. But too many are landing. Too many landing. One of my programs with the Chinese is between 6 to 12 landing in one day, to show that breaking what we call the whole taboo about transportation. If we come to full work with the Chinese space people, we plan to land something like 6 to 12 crafts at the same time in one day. And this will break the taboo of weeks and months on the way.
Mr. Keshe, what I think is the most interesting part about all that is that your teaching about the gravitational and electrical and so on, all the fields, is very clear. And I hope that thanks to your teachings, the man from NASA and Chinese and so on will go further with your thinking.
We are
that it is important that we can transmute.
Let me explain. The knowledge does not belong to us. It's a gift.
Absolutely. You know,
and
maybe I expressed myself wrongly. I just think that your thinking, Mr. Keshe, is so much further than all these so-called big shots from NASA and so on. I think it's absolutely fantastic that these people now are going on to your way of thinking.
No, the knowledge was inevitable going that way. It's just a matter of who that realized the
How
principle.
long did they work against you, Mr. Keshe?
Doesn't matter. The whole
of course. No. I'm absolutely understanding what you say. I just thought it very, very interesting that finally the ideas and the teachings of Mr. Keshe will be taken over by all these university big shots, and they come away from all these ideas of Einstein and I don't know what all, because everything is very, very different, but it is the direction of Mr. Mehran Keshe. That is the basis for future development.
We hope it's used a peaceful way. It just depends on how much we can educate the next generation.
Absolutely.
And to what extent and speed we educate the next generation.
And I think you are expedient. You are the one who makes this possible. I'm just flabbergasted that this suddenly comes at the same time.
It has to.
Of
No,
course,
but you
Mr.
got to
Keshe,
let me.
absolutely. But it took so long till these people woke up to your
No, let me.
thinking.
No. Let me explain to you something.
Yes, please.
We have a number of advantages at the present time. We have a better communication system. We have much more educated people. And one of the main points that is intriguing is what we gave to governments. Somebody we can hear, who's this in the background? It's a microphone open. Mr. Thomas, I think your microphone is open. The important thing is, and this is vital for knowledge seekers to understand, we see evolution in science and technology, in plasma, nanotechnology, energy, and everything else. And if you go back to all these brings an essence since 2005, 2006, when we start teaching opening up. And most of the direction and dimension of changes of the major governments is since 2012, since we gave the keys to the government. We speak to the scientists, which they tell us in 2012 they received part of a knowledge they were asked to evaluate or replicate. So even with MOS, even with new, what we call space technologies, when we speak to scientists from a space organization, we speak at the edge of the science, Ericsson and the others, they tell you that we are using your technology. And that was the purpose. And if some of them evolve and go to the point of understanding or maturing or developing new technologies for it, is totally was the whole purpose of giving the technology freely on a USB stick. Government didn't receive a USB with all the patterns, all the know-how and everything, and they just shelved it. Very few, because they couldn't understand, they didn't have the educated. And those who have are working on it. They see it works, they see the difference of it. But there are certain principles which is in-house kept and not released. And this is where the difference comes. Where we make the difference, we made the difference by releasing the key 12 years ago. And all these public teachings, they got the key, they attend all these teaching, they listen to the teaching offline, and they compare what said, which really fits into the structure of the key they received and how they can apply it. In the past few weeks, we've been asked by military to join in to complete certain part they couldn't understand. And this is a military side, not the civilian side. And that was the whole purpose of giving the key, educating for 10 years, and now we have to see the result. And we have a better communication. Out of hundreds of thousands of you listening to this teaching of this week, 3, maybe 5% are the elite scientists from around the world, from different organizations, sitting what they can grab, what they can take. I know 2 nations that they have a team who's sitting now listening to the teaching, deciphering word by word and how it can be applied. They are like what we call a team put together by governments who sit religiously in every teaching and decipher word by word what is said, how it can be converted into a technology or knowledge to give the military or defense or technological advantage. And I'm sure it's more than two. We know two of them. It's not that you just listen and you go. Tesla has a team sitting on every teaching. And if you want, I can give you examples. One by one, they replicated our products. So they try to put a twist to it, they can't pattern it, and they market it. And this is, that was the whole purpose, to spread the knowledge amongst people. Who does it, how does it, the way it does is irrelevant if it's to benefit of mankind. You all have the maglev system with 30% reduction. Hasn't Tesla delivered the same thing in the socket? It's a maglev system twisted in a different way. You go and pay a few hundred to Tesla. Haven't they done with the battery? Hasn't he now trying to do zero gravity? Tesla has become what you call the board of Tesla, and the gentleman on the top have become exactly the same as Stephen Hawking. They breathe, they eat from the, not only us, from others as well. This is why patents have no value, and the governments are gradually coming into it. Any patent which relates to plasma, quantum physics, nanotechnology, in past especially 6-7 years, cannot be patented. Even if a patent granted, has to be revoked because its Keshe technology has been in public, as we saw with the Ministry of Defense of the United States in 2020. So it is us as a lot and the way we keep things going. We're just lucky to be enough to be able to share knowledge. Any other question?
Okay, that was a long segment, but quite a thorough explanation of what's going on. So you see, he gave the key to the governments. Knowledge seekers thought he abandoned us and he went to the other side and this and that. They didn't understand it on the government side. Only 3 to 5% picked it up, and now they're asking questions. They're confirming they're using some of the technology. So this has reached the highest levels. Normally the space agencies, I know when we had our space program here in the United States, they said that every dollar that was put into the space program produced about $10 in new technology being released into the public domain. So I think we're going to see this happen in the same way, maybe gradually, but it sounds like in the next number of years, the moon question will be solved and the governments are going to continue to work more and more. I was almost thinking when he said the transmutation has made the matter state transportation obsolete and the military toys as well, it'd be almost like you want to enter the Tour de France and you're going to come and you built a tricycle. And you think you're going to win the race with the tricycle while the other riders are on these very fancy, very lightweight, very professionally designed bicycles that with that tricycle, you'll have no chance of really going anywhere. But I hope they don't have to come to be made to realize this in the matter state, but they can sort of play with it on their own and prove that the matter state military technology has been made obsolete. And this is a very good thing that we can now move away from the wars and creating all this mayhem and move into understanding more. You can see they just understand a bit of it at this time. And these are top level scientists begging Mr. Keshe, asking Mr. Keshe for the, can we have the space fuel combination so we can fly? So you see, they haven't gotten far, but they have used aspects of it. And he said, we're going to consult on certain things with militaries and others. So a very beautiful understanding, and we can share this understanding with others if we get into a discussion about it. But we don't hear this on television or CNN or on Fox, anything about this technology being used or aspects of it used, that it's all Keshe plasma technology. So congratulations to each and every one of you that you've been, in a way, like that little nano material, just adding a little bit of energy to the entire process. And together, we're bringing the change. Any questions or anything anyone would like to say about any of this? Feel free. Don't worry about being wrong or having a complete understanding. I don't think anyone does at this point, other than perhaps Mr. Keshe and some others. The team is getting to that point, but the technology is developed. It's in the hand of the foundation. Can't wait to see cookers that have no plug on them. And they'll say, well, where do you put the batteries in it? What do you mean there's no how's it doing this? And this will just open up a whole new understanding, whether it's the car, the cooker, and the rest of it. So it's just going to be an amazing thing, and how happy people will be that I know some places on this planet where they're maybe living in an underdeveloped country where they have to spend 20 or 30% of their income just to buy charcoal or kerosene to make a fire to be able to cook. Wow, they have one cooker and this will be the hit of the whole town. They won't believe it, and they'll be very happy. So I think we're going to see a lot more smiling faces when this technology comes in fully. So the stores are available for you to help stock, or maybe someone has a restaurant or a store, they'd like to have a glass cabinet with some of this technology on display. And again, as people start to use it, the more and more this will be accepted. So there's so many things, as I said, 10,000 products, 5,000 products, 30,000 products. It's just amazing what's happened and how this is all coming together. And as I've said in the past, we know the systems, the cosmic ray material, the Tesla cars, which he mentioned again, the wellness centers, remote feeding has already been demonstrated, gold amino acids, material enhancement, and so on and so forth. So it's just an amazing array of technology. Again, they're keeping a lot of the secrets within the structure of the Keshe Foundation till the man matures to a point where he can responsibly use the technology, or responsibly understand the creation of the technology, perhaps. We better go to the Dome of Peace before Alex quits us. Okay. And I think we should do that now. Let me just see if we can bring up the first part of this Dome of Peace. And of course, this is something, again, another thing that's difficult to believe, that by spreading GAN's waters, we can create a condition of balance and feed energy into the soul of this planet, which is short of, and create a more balanced, peaceful environment on this planet. But this is part, or the first step of the process. Let me just see if I can bring up one of these others. And of course, the Brazilians have put this together Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Central European time, or Central European summertime. Call all knowledge seekers. Let's together create the Dome of Peace by releasing the GAN's waters. You can use the plasma water from your cups of life 1 and 2 and make the plasmatic spraying. I know at one point Mr. Keshe said he prefers the CO2 and the zinc, but again, your intentions are in there, and I do believe it's working. The Chinese have done this for years into the fountains and the rivers and the oceans and different places. And of course, don't forget to do your own residence where you live. That's important too. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned that at one time. So every Sunday at 12 or 6 p.m. or both. And again, you can carry plasma water with you and spray it anytime you'd like, just the way we work on the soul, and create conditions for things to change on that level. But every Sunday at this point. So let's hear from Shweta. Whoops, where did it go? Okay, here we are. And make sure our volume is up. And nobody keeps track whether you're doing it, whether you're not doing it, but it's something that you feel responsible towards. And again, how could releasing water, but it's just not water, it's water with fields and fields that create balance and energies that know where to go and what to do. I know further on in this one, he talked about having plutonium created or selling it to other governments that use it, but he said based on our code that if you're going to use it to harm or to create mayhem, that plutonium will not convert. And we've seen this in a couple of instances, or at least one I'm aware of, where somebody did make gold, but they weren't allowed to convert it. They got the hottest torch they can and it wouldn't melt. And apparently it was blocked by the foundation for whatever internal reasons the foundation has, but it's built into some sort of code within this knowledge or within this material that it seems to be aware if it's going to be used for the wrong purpose, it won't manifest or it won't convert itself to what would be needed to do that. So it has quite a unique, and apparently it was designed that way. It wasn't always that way, but I think there was something happened in the universe where they decided to embed some of these codes within this technology so it couldn't be abused. Just my understanding of it. But let's go to the peace process, which you're all welcome to participate in on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, and so on. But let's hear the first part of creating the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. That was the first step of the Dome of Peace, and now we're going to go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is where we use the power of the souls. It's almost like the transportation and the transmutation. Do you want to spray the Gans waters? It seems more palatable. It's something for your physicality to do and you feel more comfortable with it. Or do you want to go into the transmutation process, which again is the energy dimension in so many ways? And I think it works with the Dome of Peace in the same way. Now, the second step of the Dome of Peace is using the power of the souls to collectively bring in the change. And that may not feel comfortable to you. How could I possibly change something with my feelings or my emotions when I need to roll up my sleeves and get dirty and get out there with signs and make phone calls and visit my congressman and the rest of it? It doesn't work that way. We've tried that method. And so we're working through the energies of the soul. And it may be a little bit uncomfortable to you, or you may doubt this process can even work, but the more and more we do it, the more and more we see results within ourselves and within the structure. I thought we'd just bring about, where is it now? Okay, I thought we were going to listen to a few minutes of learning how to pray through your soul, which is in the, and this will give us some encouragement about this process before we hear from Shweta. And let's just take 5 minutes of this. You can find this in the 27th Knowledge Seekers Workshop at about 2 hours and 37 minutes. But this is back in maybe 2014, where Mr. Keshe was almost the same scenario as what we see going on in the Middle East now, asking us to use our energies or learn how to pray through our soul to bring the change, because these souls are so low and they don't feel they can get out of their cycle in so many ways. Let's just, we'll take 5 minutes if that's okay.
We're still there, or?
I'm pretty much questioned out here. Maybe we should wrap things up soon.
Okay, maybe we can do a teaching on a different direction or explanation on different direction today. Let us teach or let us learn how to pray through your soul that you can reach. Let us learn how we can give through our souls, that we can elevate other souls to the level that we are in, or without prejudice, allowing their souls to elevate above our soul, without the fear that there'll be anything, we'll be short of anything. Maybe this is what has never been taught by the Prophet of the past, is that giving does not need to be by words and by thoughts, but it has to be by emotion, where it touches the soul and touches the, gives to the receiver what he needs to take from it. Maybe is the way to understand, by giving we don't lose anything, and by giving we don't become less poor or poorer. Maybe is a new way of teaching, the way we teach and the way we live in the universe, detached from physicality but attached to the emotions that can affect the physicality, because the physical side of any being in the universe is a slave to the emotion. Maybe it's time to start a new way of looking and how to share not only the knowledge but the emotions in the true sense, or allowing access to the soul. This is where you can open your soul to any soul to receive what they need. At the same time, you find out you receive what the soul needs to give. So at the same time as you're a teacher, you become a student. At the same time as you're a nourisher, you get nourished from the higher levels, or equal and plus. Maybe I'll go back to the question, or something which was raised by Rick about, or question raised about, what do we think about Gaza? Let us all give freely through our soul to the Prime Minister of Israel, that his soul will receive as much as he needs, and through it will affect the work and the direction. Maybe by giving freely to his soul to take what he leaves, we reach the soul of the people who finance these things. Because the man is a spokesman, and the people who decide sit behind the curtains. Maybe through his soul we can reach those who finance these things, or encourage these things, that their soul changes. We don't pray for the man, we pray for the soul of the man, or we give to the soul of the man. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of, there are millions of supporters of Keshe Foundation we know around the world. And I know a lot of people listen to these workshops. You spend time every day and open your soul to the Prime Minister of Israel and the same to the other side. That through them will reach to their paymasters.
Okay, we'll stop it there, but you can see in this dimension of energy how we can start to operate in this dimension collectively. So let's hear from Shweta. Thank you, Stefania. And let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. That was just a primer in a way to enforce or get you ready or a deeper understanding of how this works through the dimension of energy.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you. If anybody.
Okay, thank you very much, Shweta. So this is the part of the program where we collectively use our energies to bring about the change. Mr. Keshe taught that teaching, as I said, about 2014. And I don't know how many people picked up on that or if it was just disbelief, but learn how to pray through your soul. And we're going to take 5 minutes now to do that. Just to remind you, if you would like to join for these soul intentions, you can join the Brazilian team every Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET or CEST, where you can join an actual live meeting where there's some readings going on. It probably lasts 30 or 40 minutes, depending on how much comment is there. But this is the same process that we're doing. It's just a meeting in Telegram or Zoom or one of these other places. And if you can't make one of those meetings, and of course you can go for the daily intention as well, 2 a.m. You have to recalculate your time zone, CEST, where you can meet other knowledge seekers. It's a pretty quiet session for the most part. Where they take moments of silence and they use the power of the soul to bring the change. And they're quite diligent and persistent in bringing this. And now we've reached the entire planet. So it started out with the 5+1, but it's now expanded into bringing the Dome of Peace over the entire planet. So we thank the Brazilian team for leading and consistently doing this. But if you cannot make those meetings, you're out of connection, or you're driving, or your boss won't let you use the telephone to join, we can join on the soul level. This is an invitation from the Universal Council, invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET. Again, you need to recalculate what time that is, for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So you have a couple of options. You can join without a meeting, just on the soul level at a time. Again, you can spend a nanosecond, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever you'd like to add your energies to. And collectively, we know the process is much stronger. The same way, if you have one stick, breaks very easily, but as you put many sticks together, it's quite hard to break them. The power increases, and that's what we're doing on the collective level. So we want to thank the Brazilian team for bringing this. As I said, thank you, Shweta. And now let's just take 5 minutes of silence, learn to pray through our souls, and elevate those ones that are in need, that can't seem to get out of their situation in a way. The repeated cycle of war and killing and war and killing, and they don't see another way to confirm they exist. So we're giving energies to the soul. As he said, don't pray for the man, pray for the soul of the man. And this is what we're doing each in an individual way. It's almost like one flower versus a bouquet. Many people like one flower, but the bouquet is including all of us together. And sometimes there's a few thorns in the bouquet. That's part of any large family, has problems or whatever, but we try not to look at the warts. We look at the beauty of the process that we're involved in. So let's take 5 minutes, use our souls, and then we'll come back with Alex very shortly. So thank you all for your continued participation in this process. We'll begin now. Thank you. And we see how easy it is to work through the plasma. Doesn't take a lot of physicality to do it. Actually, it's not involved, but it doesn't take a lot of energy to do it. Bringing the change in the matter state is a lot of work and a lot of energy expended. I heard somebody talking about, wanting to go here or there and do a protest. We see the students doing a protest, then they said, no, we can't do a protest because, they usually send in provocateurs and then violence starts and we get arrested. And so we don't want to do it that way. And they're saying, oh, there's really no other way to do it. And I'm thinking the soul. I was listening to the computer, hearing somebody discuss this. And if all of these people who are doing protests would join us together on the soul level, you wouldn't have to set up any tents or make any placards or anything, and we'd see the change manifest itself. So in a way, this is a test for humanity to collectively work on the soul level to bring the changes about. But because we're so physical, we still think we have to yell and scream and carry signs and push this one, and that one pushes back on that one, and two different sides. They should just start working through their souls, but they don't understand it yet. Or again, we've had to work through the same process, thinking this again, by not doing anything, how could we reach anything? But we're learning to work in a new way. And this is what the Universal Council is learning too, to see the change manifest through the energies that they produce and give. So it's a whole process for us, but it's also, there's other benefits and understandings that are being worked into you. Again, you're creating a universal condition to give and receive on the dimension of energy level. And this is part of our operation in the universe. So there's as with most of the things Mr. Keshe does, and we don't see them, it's a multifaceted approach. And if we don't get to Alex very soon, he may quit us. Alex, perhaps you should start off some of these teachings. I thought we'd finish way before my time of 3, but we've gone almost an hour past that. And sorry for the delay. Hopefully it was enlightening and useful for everyone. So we want to invite Alex to come in and share his understanding, but thank you all for participating and being part of this change. As you can see, the change is happening quite rapidly in the background, even though it hasn't come out and been announced on Fox or CNN, but you can be assured that as Mr. Keshe said, it's not one anymore, it's all of us. So you've all been carrying a little small corner, or as a atom of nanomaterial, you've in a way brought this change and added your energy to this process. So thank you all, and thank you, Alex, for joining us now. And let's see what's cooking on your stove.
Well, thank you very much for bringing us to this point, Mark, as you're leading the pack, and all of us are following you. And so that's truly wonderful. And it was your comment with respect to those who were questioning the merits of protesting, and your answer there reminded me of Fantasy Island. Boss, the soul. And
I don't remember that one, but that could be enlightening to hear that. Gee, boss.
the plane, you know, the plane.
Yes, I remember.
So this is a soul on a different plane. And so welcome everybody to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. We have to conduct some business here, so please bear with us, and we will start very shortly.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
So welcome everybody to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And I hope you enjoy this trip today. Please remember that we are bringing together knowledge seekers from many different continents, and that's what makes this meeting so powerful. It's not just what happens today, but it's going to be what's happening on and on and on, because these meetings are recorded and people are using them however they wish. And that's an important thing, because there are mature knowledge seekers and there are new knowledge seekers, and we can't be all in the same position at the same time. And so we need to help each other out. And the big thing is to understand that a lot of people have missed the conference in Sanya, which was a watershed moment. And we are on the other side of the watershed. And the reflections from the gold is very bright, but it isn't blinding. What is important to understand is that the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science is for everyone. And we're dealing with the basic transition today. Folding deviation is the subject matter. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May the 5th, 2024. The Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series continues. And for me personally, Cinco de Mayo is my 33rd anniversary. We have been doing the basic teachings for the last 4 years, and thanks to the impetus generated by the Brazilian community, and it has extended to the other communities as well, and it's going right around the world. In England, Italy, the Spanish community, all over the place, and even Asia and Africa, not to leave out those places. And so how do we go around the world? And so we've been trying to do this basic transition of the basic transmission that we learned before. And so we're talking about folding deviation. And this is a subject that I wanted to talk about for a very long time, because this will help us get off the hesitancy highway. It did for me anyway, because, we're right now in the lowest energy state. And we know how hard life is. And they'll say, well, you got to get up on that horse. That's what makes life easier. And so as we navigate through life, we have to make decisions and selections. And you have to be careful what you do, because you don't want to slip off the horse, do you? So we are trying to learn the books of Marantavakoli Keshe in a way that we can just talk to ordinary people, not PhDs or And regardless of age, regardless of education, but the fact of the matter is, it's a fundamental question because we were born and we don't want to go through life not understanding how the universal order was created. And then we see in book number 1, there's a creation of matter and there's a universal order. And in book number 2, we see the structure of the light. And some may not be interested in that, but the fact of the matter is that that is a travel medium. And of course, when you're traveling, you have to know where you come from. So book number 3 tells us the origin of the universe, and do we come from the origin of the universe, or do we just come from the glint in Daddy's eye? Well, one of the things we're doing now is we're part of a 6-month series of the transmutation training sessions. And we're entering the 5th month of May. Every month we do these sessions, and we're near the end of this 6-pack. Everyone likes a 6-pack. And we are trying to learn how to get back to our origin, or is this our origin? And then we have to go someplace else. And, how do we do all these things? And, before we walk, we have to crawl. And then, of course, before we run, we have to walk. And then, then eventually we get up on the horse. So this transmutation is part of the preparation for transportation. And transportation takes us into understanding what's going on in our one planet, one nation, one race. And we understand that it's a race for justice and world peace. And we've been doing this for 324 weeks in a row. So it's very important to timestamp this. Every Tuesday, we gather with the members of the Universal Council to try and do what the members of the Earth Society are failing to do, because we are still in the process of searching for outer space. We want to get on that plasma highway to go and see that slippery pie in the sky. So it's better to eat the pie than to step on it. And so, yeah, we'd like to get on that plasma highway, but we're not there yet. We're still trying to elevate from the transmission highway. And so today we're discussing the transition highway and how do we get there? So we have to understand that there's a range in with respect to our universal embodiment. And so science has taught us that the speed of light is the fastest transmission. But we wonder if that's true. And then when we look at where we are and we look at the rest of it and we see how big it is, and my God, to get to the far end, does that mean we have to be bigger? Because where we are, we're very small and it's really small. So to go to the speed of light, we have to get bigger. Is that true? And so we found in the basic transmission, of course, that you can check your bags in. But now we have a problem with this embodiment pie chart, because is the speed of light the constant transmission? Is that true? And then, of course, when we're looking at the rest of the universe, do we see that it's only 70% hydrogen? Is that true? And where exactly are we in the universe? Because, yeah, we're here, but we're here. And can you show me on this map? And can we map this universe? Well, the only thing we've been able to map is our little tiny MAGRAPH pie chart. And even then, we're having difficulty trying to figure out where we are. So one of the things for sure is we have this gravitational confirmation that, we have hydrogen on our planet. And this is really, really important. And we can see that because we have a fingerprint of the hydrogen spectrum. And so that's a representation of the principal matter. The principal matter being energy. Energy packs travel as a parcel. And so when they come from different directions. So how do we parcel them up? And then how do we get these packs moving? So we have to understand this principal interaction of energy and motion. And first of all, we have to understand it's a two-way street. So the basic two-way street, of course, is that we have to maintain our field strength. So you look at the sun, it maintains its field strength, and you look at the earth, it maintains its field strength. But there is an interaction between the two, and we know that because we are on this planet and we see the benefits of the interaction between the sun and the earth. And of course, in addition to the hydrogen, we created the oxygen. And interestingly enough, that also is a gravitational conformation, but the fingerprint of oxygen is different from the fingerprint of hydrogen. So the hydrogen is created somehow, and the manifestation of that is different from the oxygen, which is created somehow, and therefore manifested differently. And of course, we have the fingerprint to prove this. And this is a good thing, because if we bring the hydrogen and the oxygen together, not only do we have air to breathe, but we have water. And so we create this balance of a Magra condition of water. But the question is how can it be balanced? How can it be round when there are these two tiny hydrogens and this big fat oxygen? It doesn't seem to be very equal, but it is. And despite the fact that we can shear one of these hydrogens off and change the balance. So in other words, where we have a balance of the water, we now create a hydrogen, and that is a positive ion that we don't know where it's going, but that's not the question here. We also create a hydroxyl, which is a negative ion, and we don't know where it's going either. But the fact of the matter is that we've been able to split this up, and it is this characteristic that allows life to happen on this planet. And so these energies, of course, being positive, is not something that we are concerned about. What we're concerned about is the energy in motion and the direction of the motion. So we identify that as being negative or positive. And we find that based on the surface to volume ratios, the higher the negative charge, the smaller the particle. And so the smaller it is, the more negative it is and gives. The bigger it is, the more positive it is, so it takes. And this energy that is in motion can be flowing or binding. So in other words, the giving and the taking can be to itself, or the giving and taking can be to something else. And so we try and decide how to do this. But in general, this is how the universe is created. It exists from energy, and energy is always in motion. So you can't catch it. You can hold a battery. It's physical. But there's energy inside that battery, and you can't grab onto it. What you can do is direct it. And so this is the thing when we look at light. Light is energy, and we can't grab it unless if you ever tried to grab a sunbeam and or the light coming out of a flashlight. But the energy is a charge. It's positive and it's going somewhere. And so if it's coming from somewhere or going somewhere, that means things are working in combination. But when we look at these things, do we always see the 2 points of the end? In other words, if there's a combination, do we see the source and the destination? Or do we only see one or the other? We say, oh, you've created something. Okay. Where did that energy come from that you created? Or you consume energy. Same answer. Okay, how about you create energy? Well, where's it going? Because something is always something as opposed to being something else. So we say, well, You put the gas in the car and you burn the gas to get the car to move. So the car moves, but it consumes energy. Well, where did that go? You don't see where it went. All you see is that the car is moving. Well, thank you very much. I'm so happy to know that. So when we look at the cups of life, and we remember that they're not the cups of the pandemic, they were created something that you could create in your own home using materials. And you drew this energy, you don't know where it came from, but it not only came from your inner space, which of course came from some nebulous point out somewhere, we don't know where it is, but it reflected your emotional strength. And when we say the emotional strength, we understand that there's a strong emotion, and physicality can also be strong. And physicality is a lot stronger when there's a lot of emotion behind it. So we all understand when we have the adrenaline flowing, shall we say. So we can change that field strength. But what we've all created differently is we've created this GANS, which was not one of the components that was in the cups of life. And we created different types of GANSs, and we could just change the components and change the GANSs. So, but not only that, but we had to understand what we were looking at because funny things were happening. So for instance, we had carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs. And in some cases, we could create a gold GANs. That would be a nice change. But we had this amino acid, and that was a GANs. And we know that if we create amino acid, we create water, and that is a GANs. We call it plasma water. So somehow, some way, when we look at the basic dimensions of the x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, we said, well, that's part of transmission, which involves rotation, transition, which involves polarity, transmutation, which involves field strength. But the thing is that each one of these, and we've only been discussing transmission, needs to have 3 dimensions as well. So we had the x, y, z axis of transmission. But if that transmission is at a lower energy state, then there is also obviously a higher energy state. So how do we transition to that dimension? And so what we've been discussing so far has only been the transition dimension of the x-axis. And what do we achieve from that? Well, we know that 2 forces can come together, but did we decide in which energy level it was? The only thing we decided was that these 2 forces come together and they create this x-axis dimension, a y-axis dimension. And it's very important to understand this rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so when you bring these 2 together, it implies a conflict point. And so on the lower energy level, that's usually what happens. And how do we modify this conflict point? Well, if we want to turn the point of conflict into a point of containment, then we have to do some deflection. And in that process of doing the deflection, we create a binding system. And we need to have this energy binding system because that's what constitutes our physicality. And so our concern for this energy binding is obviously self-serving. And this energy came to us when we were babies. But something changed as we became adults, and we decided, well, the energy binding that we got for self-serving purposes as a baby wasn't that good enough. So in our adult life, better is to rob, cheat, steal at the expense of others who are depending on this energy binding for self-serving purposes. Well, where does that leave them? And so they have to offset this theft. And there are ways to do that as well. So we all have choices to make. And this all becomes part of what we call field capture. So, in the basis of the x-axis transition, so it isn't just that it's perpendicular to the ground, but we have to decide which ground. And so when we find this field capture, it can't be stationary, it has to be moving. And how does it move? How does the position differ? And so when we look at the basic transmission, we see that the x-axis is rotation, the y-axis is polarity, and the z-axis is the field strength. So these are all different planes by axis, but we can move along that x-axis dimension. But we see that it's a coming together of all three of these axes. But that's only taking care of the one energy level. So clearly, there are others. And why do we know that? Well, if we want to learn about things in outer space, we have to be observant. So let's look at the rings of Saturn, because we see that there are visible rings, we see that there are visible shadows, and we see that there's a body of the planet, and between the planet and the rings, there's gaps. These are things we see. And in fact, there's gaps between the rings. And in fact, not only are the rings different from the body of the planet, but the rings themselves are different from each other. And so we can see a beginning of a ring and an ending of a ring, and then a beginning of another ring. And then each of these rings have their own position. So what causes that? And then if we look at it from the side and we see Jupiter's rings, and we see, well, it has a flat main ring and then a halo inside it, and then a gossamer ring. And so not only do we see the rings, but the space in between the rings. So clearly that there are things that are different. And so on this planet, we try to understand the difference in energy by understanding the potentiation of hydrogen. And so if we understand that things that are more complex are more stable, and we find that the higher the potentiation, the more gravitational it is. And when it's gravitational, water becomes alkaline. And so that means when it becomes magnetical, it becomes acidic. But when it becomes acidic, it is very simple and is very unstable. And we know it becomes very unstable because we have all been drinking soda pop, and we like the fizz. And that's that fizziness that we see is the unstable potentiation of hydrogen. And maybe we like the feeling of that fizz, and we drink this. But don't put it on your car, because you'll destroy the paint. Funny enough, when we look at the difference in the pH, we find that the DNA transcription also changes as per alkalinity or acidity. And so we relate alkalinity to a healthy structure of the DNA and acidic to an unhealthy structure of the DNA. And we see a transition, we see a trend. We talk about trendsetters. Well, as we become more acidic, we become flatter. And so that is the road to death. And not only are we in that area where the DNA is flat, but it is also anaerobic. And so we find that the bacteria that we were using to create an aerobic environment within our body was making us healthy. So the alkaline state is loaded with oxygen, of course, makes you healthy, but the acidic environment is losing its oxygen, and so it becomes anaerobic. And so that bacteria, which was life-giving, is now consuming your life. And so we find that roadkill disappears in about 9 days if it's left unattended. And so this is a natural selection process, and we need to compare that to man-made regulation. And so we say, well, selection has to do with choosing. And but we wonder who are the chosen ones. And well, wait a second, then who does the choosing? It seems to imply that the chosen ones do the choosing, do they? So when we look at this potentiation of range anomaly, we find that when we get to the extreme acidic state, that it seems to balance off with the extreme alkaline state. But the thing is that both of those states are extreme, but they're not the same. One extreme is magnetical and one extreme is gravitational. And so what is the balance of the two extremes? Well, it's the pH of 7, which is neutral. And so when we have this neutral balance here, when we have this neutral balance, not much is happening. In fact, we don't see what is happening because it's not visible. The only time we see what is happening is when we start to proceed towards the extremes. But we don't operate in the extremes. We operate in the physical space. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, choosing was chosen. How come we have all of these choices? Everything from hydrogen to copper and zinc, and all things in between. We even have gold. And we have more than this. And so each one of these was chosen. Where is the choosing criteria? Who did the choosing criteria? And so it wasn't us, was it? It was the Earth. The Earth in its Magravs feeding conversion, where energy is coming in and more is coming in through the process of absorption, which is the manifestation of attraction. That attraction is gravitational. But in order to balance that off, we have to have an emission, which is facilitated by repulsion, and that is magnetical. And so that emission goes out and more goes out. And so the more that goes out, well, the more can come in, so that we can have this balance between the magnetosphere and the core. And so everything else that's in between is affected by susceptibility. And that susceptibility is determines your position. So we are all quite happy to be in that biosphere susceptibility, which is at the surface of the planet. But some of us want to do other things. We want to fly, or we want to do mining and things like that. But if we want to understand how we deviate from the standard, which is in the biosphere, then we also have to look at the deviation of the potentiation of hydrogen. So if we look at the normal, 7 is the pH, and then if we deviate from that, we find that the pH scale goes up to 14, and when we split up the water between acid and alkaline, and we total up the pH, well, it always totals 14. It is constant. And so that kind of makes sense because the Earth is having a materialization selection as well. We find that whether it's gold or copper or oil, it's always location specific. But it's not all in the same location. So the question then is, how do we achieve this location positioning? So for instance, copper is in Chile and gold is in Indonesia and the oil is in the Middle East. And, we see it in abundance in a specific location. So the decision to choose whether it's gold or copper is consistent and it repeats itself. So therefore, the conditions must be repeating themselves. Or shall we say, the condition for the repetition of the manifestation must be constant. Well, so what does that mean? When you look at the water that's splitting between acid and alkaline, we find it always totals 14. So therefore, if we were to pick a pH of 6, we automatically achieve a pH of 8. 6 and 8 is 14. But what happens if we pick 5? Well, then we create a 9. 9 and 5 is 14. Well, wait a second. That's okay. So let's not pick the acid side. Let's pick the alkaline side. How about if we pick a 10? What else do we get? Well, we get a 4. 10 and 4 is 14. So what we have is potentiation layers. And each of these layers is totaling up to a pH of 14. So therefore, the layer splitting is constant. So we have different pHs, but the total is constant. So there's a constancy, and why not? Because we're on the same planet. It doesn't matter where you are on this planet, you're on Earth. Hello. So it's how do we move around? So we're looking at a two-way transmission where we have the minimum of 2 dimensions, and it's a two-way street. And we can go in 2 directions. So we have 2 different sizes, 2 variables. We can even add more lanes, and we can even select what we go into. And so there's all these choices. And so what these choices represent is relationships. And these relationships are a balance of the magnetical and gravitational field forces, and which we call a mag-grav condition. When we have a true mag-grav condition in the balanced state, well, we don't have anything that's physical, or we don't have anything that's visible. So scientifically speaking, what we are looking at in terms of a balance is the conservation of magnetic fields and the conservation of energy. So there's energy in motion and there's energy in magnetical fields. There's also a spiritual community, which is trying to rationalize the conservation of the spirit and the soul. So it's the plasma science which is adding to this knowledge. And so let's look at this conservation of energy and see what it means, because it's non-specific, right? It says energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can be only converted from one form of energy to another. So that means that we have kinetic and potential energy in a formula, except on one side, it's the initial kinetic and initial potential energy. And on the second side, it is the final kinetic energy and the final potential energy. And so when we add the initial energies, it equals the final energies. So it's constant, but the energy changes. The kinetic energy changes and the potential energy changes, and there's a relationship. So we find that the characteristic changes. So the acid plus the alkaline always totals 14, we said, but the acid is oily and the alkaline is wet. And then we see that gravity seeks density. So since oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, that's why we have more oxygen on the higher pH. And so that is alkaline, that's aerobic. And so we have less oxygen on the acidic side, that's anaerobic. And this is constant relationship. Okay, so we're going back and forth. And so if we look at the potentiation of strength, then we can see that the initial energy is very strong, right? We say the strong feeds the weaker. So the initial energy has to be strong, and the final energy is weak, because the initial energy, in order to be strong, has to be complex and stable. So it has to be gravitational, and the weak energy has to be simple, and therefore has to be magnetical, and all the other levels, all the other layers in between are based on susceptibility, except that the relationship is always constant. So there's a sequence. There's attraction of gravitational field forces, and we can call that the feedback. And then there's the repulsion of magnetical field forces. We can call that the feeding. And you're the last man standing, and you have these choices, you see, because we can turn on and turn off this feeding, and we can increase or decrease the strength. So in the process, we can either enhance or diminish the positioning. And so this is all based on the principle where the stronger feeds the weaker. But it's a two-way street. So what does it mean to be stronger? And what does it mean to be weaker? So this is the study of the advanced science. And as we've progressed from microbiology to nanobiology and picobiology, and now we're delving further into the plasma biology, we have to understand this biology, because when we look at this nanobiology, we have to understand this crossover relationship from the plasma reality to the physical reality. And so we see many examples of these crossovers, like, we have a lot of form artifacts of this interaction, such as arteries and veins, blood and lymph, RNA to DNA, glucose and fructose, fat to protein, brains to brawn. And then there's the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And so all of these are a reflection of the field forces of gravitational and magnetical interaction. And they're always in balance, and there's always a crossover. And so we carry this forward as we eat. And so what we eat is glucose, and we phosphorylate this and create fructose within our mouth. And although we can see the food on the plate and we can see the food in our mouth, they're not the same. And that food in our mouth goes into our stomach, and things happen. And so this fructose is energy in motion, which we use. And so we create this transmission of energy, transition and transmutation. And this transmutation is a transition to transportation. So we have a movement from transmission to transportation, because we have to cross over this blood-brain barrier. And that crossover point is the vanishing point. And when we cross over, we see that the right side of the brain affects the left side of the body, and the left side of the brain affects the right side of the body. But not only, we have a brain and we have a heart, and they interact. So this crossover and coming together, it's not a point of conflict, it's a point of deflection. Not to be confused with reflection or illusions. And so we have these rules, like we see the refraction of light and how light traveling through the air, and when it hits through the water, it changes its angle. Why does it do that? Because we don't understand that the speed of light is constant. And we see there's a relationship between the wavelength and the frequency. And that relationship is always constant. And yet the colors are different. So by reducing the wavelength, we increase the frequency. And by increasing the wavelength, we reduce the frequency. And so we have this range from the red to the violet. But then there are extremes. There's ultraviolet, extreme infrared and extreme ultraviolet. And then there's the beyond. But in all cases, the relationship between the two is constant. So how do we get this change if the speed of light is constant? So what we have to look at is the density of the energy. And so how do we get this difference in frequency? Because the path has to be shorter. And if the path is shorter, then we can increase the frequency. So the speed can be the same, but we shorten the path, which means the shorter the diameter of the rotation, the more times we can go around in the same amount of time. So we get a difference in frequency. So that accounts for the difference in light. And so when we talk about angles, and we look at the famous Brazilian mathematician, Crespidon, and he's seen us as mathematical residue, excuse me, because he was a mathematician. And so he discovered, well, God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. And so we see that they all have to work together to get from here to there. And they can't take the same path. So there has to be a deviation. And then to facilitate that path within the Maglev condition, there is no straight line. So if we were just to look at the x-axis, meaning the red line, and understand way back, we talked about the surface to volume ratio and what it means to go from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions and more. And so we find that when we go from point to point, and each point being a negative charge, then the point in between is positive. But if we were to create a bend in the road, well, suddenly we have created another negative charge, because the point of the bend in the road has a higher surface to volume ratio than the point in between the start of the road and the bend in the road. And the point in between is positive. But where did this negative come from? So when we look at the pH scale, we see that the negative potentiation of hydrogen is acidic, and the acidic is anaerobic. So then on the positive side is alkaline, which is aerobic. And so we have facilitated the creation of this negative charge by also creating a positive charge. So by simply putting a bend in the road, we've kind of created more energy. And so if we find that by having more energy, that this becomes more dense, and then we look at the periodic table and we find that all the elements are different in terms of their density, that kind of explains how the Earth has been manufacturing all of these elements. And so if we look at this x-axis transmission, and we try and figure out this charge connection, and we understand that opposite charges attract, so if every bend in the road is a negative charge, then every point in between the bends in the roads are positive. So now we have a map. And this has been one of the most difficult things to understand. And it's been the cause of so many arguments. And the problem is that understanding science has been a problem. Once I understood that the negative charge gives. And that's all I needed to know. Then everything fell into place. So let's look at the fatty acid chains, right? So if we look at the hydrocarbon chain, we find that amino acids link up to produce these hydrocarbon chains. And one side is a methyl and one side is the carboxyl. And the CH3 is obviously less than the COOH in terms of density. So there we have a Magrath condition, a balanced condition, but not of the same density. And what about the stuff in between? And then when we look at the stuff in between, we see that, well, there are double bonds and there are single bonds, and there's all sorts of wavy stuff that's going on. And when we look at the different fatty acid chains, we find that, well, some are called 6 omega fatty acids and some are called 3 omega fatty acids. And so when we look at the numerology there and how they identify them, we have 18 in a chain, and these chains pair up. So there could be 18, there could be 20, there could be 22. There are all sorts of different numbers, but they're all even. But this chart just differentiates between those that are omega-6 and those that are omega-3. So you can clearly see that omega-3 can be in chains of 18, 20, and 22. But then so can omega-6. It can be in 18 or 20. Well, if you can have omega-3 in one and omega-6 in the same one, then that one is not the factor. And then if you could have a chain that is different in length in the omega-3 and in the omega-6, then the length of chain is not the factor. So what is the factor? Well, it's the bends. So if we look at the difference between omega-3 and omega-6, we see that the omega-3 has 3 bands and the omega-6 has 2 bands. So clearly, 3 bands have 3 more hydrogen, and 6 has only 2. And it also means that there's an equal and opposite positive charge on the other side. So the positive charge on the omega-3 is not the same as the positive charge on the omega-6. Although it looks positive, it looks the same, but you know, 3 is more than 2. So if 3 is more than 2 and 3 is more dense than 2, then 3 is gravitational and 2 is magnetical and 3 is a stronger field and feeds the weaker field. So this deflection advances into what we call twisting. And twisting isn't just twisting because there's also a tightening. So we found with the DNA that the more acidic it gets, the less tightening we have. So the more alkaline it gets, the tighter it gets. And when you have this tightening, you could also have this coiling. And then when you have this coiling, you can create a tunnel in between, right? Because in order to put all the energy into the coil, you have to create this hole in the middle, just like you look at the bamboo pole or a concrete pole. They're hollow inside. And so that creates another pathway. So these are all part of the matter-gen state. So this is energy that is created through this twisting. So what are energy packs? So getting back to the water, we find that the energy packs are part of this electron sharing, that hydrogen plus. That hydrogen plus is now an energy pack. It's a plus pack. But wait a second, what about the hydroxyl? That is now a minus pack. They're both energy packs. But the thing is that the hydrogen pack is going somewhere and we can't see it. But the hydroxyl will combine with something and we will be able to see it. And so we find that when we look at sugar and how it's created, we find that it's a combination of both a hexagonal structure and a pentagonal structure. And there's a lot of similarities, but it isn't just symmetric. And it isn't asymmetric. It's not a reflection. It's not a refraction. It's a twisting. And since the hexagon is more dense, it's gravitational, and the pentagon is less dense, it's more magnetical. And the thing is, when you look at inside the pentagon, you have the hydroxyl, OH, and you have the hydrogen, the H. And you look inside the pentagon and you see the H, and then you see the OH. Well, it looks symmetrical, but opposites attract. So the hydrogen cannot be attracted to the hydrogen. It has to be attracted to the OH. It has to cross over. And when one crosses over, then there's a two-way street. It has to come and cross over back. And when that one crosses over, then the adjoining hydroxyl on the left has to cross over to the hydrogen on the right. But not inside, but outside. And the hydrogen on the outside on the left has to cross over to the hydroxyl on the inside on the right. And so this creates this twisting. And so this is what sugar is doing constantly. It's flipping and flipping and flipping and flipping. And so then the question becomes, well, is it flipping back? Well, I guess it all depends on your point of view. But, you know, if you're creating a spiral and if you're creating a twisting, and then it continues to go in the same direction, and doesn't this remind you of a cob of corn? And did you ever wonder how come all the kernels look the same and how they're all lined up like tiny little soldiers? But they're not in a circle, they're in a spiral. So therefore, you have to imagine the energy that is going in through the center of the cob that causes the bending. And so if you understand that at the peak of the bending is a negative charge, and in the center of the cob is the gravitational, then you understand how the density of the energy is in the center and the magnetical energy is on the outside. Well, this is good, okay, because the sky is up and the ground is down, and I'm sure all of you are sitting in some kind of comfortable place on the ground and not hanging off the ceiling. So we have to go beyond the physicality. We have to go beyond the fatty acids, well, beyond the DNA. And so if you look at the RNA history, and we see here how it's progressed from, say, from 1935 to the 1960s, and we find that the studies on viral RNA replication begin in the 1960s. Isn't that interesting? But the RNA studies came after 1953, where we're looking at the study of the DNA. So it's easier for us to work with the DNA because the DNA becomes the manifestation of physicality. So what is the manifestation of DNA created from? So we find that comes from the RNA. Okay. And interestingly enough, well, Columbia University has been in the news, Columbia University in New York. And the reason it's been in the news is because, well, student protests have also been in the news. And that's not the reason I talked about Columbia University, is because of this wonderful professor, Vincent Raganiello. And he runs a class on virology, and it was published in the public domain on YouTube. And he was discussing these energy packs. Well, he was discussing viruses. But the problem was that he was discussing viruses in terms of the dividend of the virus as they seen it, not the way that we seen it. We see it as the difference between the viral essentials and viral abuse. And so we had to change our point of view and look at the viral dividend that resulted of the last 4 years, and which is now transforming into the peace dividend. But getting back to Columbia University, they were examining this folding facilitator, which of course the virus facilitates the folding. We understand that the amino acids form a chain, and more than 3 amino acids fold over into protein. But these are the intermediate steps where you have a polypeptide chain. And so we've discovered that of one single folded polypeptide chain, we have an asymmetric unit, and it's built on one or more subunits. And when we look at the facilitators, which are the viruses, we find that there are multiple virus foldings. So in fact, there's a V1, V2, or a V3. And since we understand the charge basis on the folding, we can see that the points are negative. The flat sides are positive. And we can see that when we have 2 positives, in between is a flat side. I'm sorry, we have 2 negative points, in between is a positive flat side. And so somehow opposite charges have to attract. The negatives and the positives have to come together. And so they come together and they create this folding deviation. And so the basic structure ends up being triangular. And then when you put these 5 triangles together, they create a pentagon. But the problem with this folding is that this folding isn't just within the triangle, but it has to align itself with the adjoining triangle. And so the question is the triangle the folding manifestation, or is the crossover from one folding to another? Because you understand this is a 3-dimensional thing. So not only is the side manufactured from the 3, so let's say in this case, the blue, the green, and the red, but the one triangle adjoining the other triangle is not flat. There's also a bend. There's a bend between the triangles. And so to facilitate that folding, there has to be another angle. So it's not the blue, the green, and the red within the triangle. It's the blue and the green in the one triangle in the center and the red on the adjoining triangle. And the combination of those three creates a shape. And if you look at that shape, you've got a lot of points and you've got a lot of flat sides. And each of these points is negative, and each of those flat sides is positive, and they have to kind of link up. And you say, well, they link up point to point and side to side. So the negative is not the same, and the positive is not the same. The relativity is the same. So the balance between the positive and negative has to be constant. But the energy consumption is not the same. There has to be a folding deviation because it's not flat, it's round, it's spherical. And so there has been a roadmap of the RNA to DNA paths. And so we find that there's an RNA feeding to the DNA, but there's also an mRNA feeding to the DNA. So we find that the one feeding is the feeding of the energy coming from the virus, and the feedback is coming from the mRNA, which is a feedback virus. So in simple terms, if we're looking at the manifestation of the DNA, it comes from the RNA feeding, and the adaptation of the DNA to the environment comes back from the mRNA feedback. So we find that depending on the environment, whether it's acidic or alkaline, affects our mitogen state. So in other words, to be able to connect with this feedback, there has to be a giving and taking of energy. And in order to be fed, there has to be a giving and taking of energy. What's the difference? Well, the feeding comes from the plasma side, and the feedback comes from the environment side. Is the environment side in a plasma state or a physical state? Well, somehow we have iron in our blood, but we also have steel chairs and steel tables and steel cars. And there's iron there as well. So there's a difference, isn't there? So we resolved this anomaly insofar as the higher transmission has these gaps, and it's these gaps that we have to understand. So when we're talking about what is higher and what is lower, pH of 5 is lower than a pH of 6. But at the pH of 6, we're at the bottom of the staircase that takes us to 7. But at the pH of 5, we're at the top of the stairs, taking us down to 4. And so we see the same thing between 7 and 8. There's a staircase that goes from the lower to the higher. So is the lower part of the staircase, that's 7, higher than the lower staircase of 6? Yes, it is. And is the lower pH at the top of the staircase higher than the lower of the staircase at pH of 7? Well, no, it's not. It's a lower pH. So what is higher in terms of field strength doesn't mean that it's higher in terms of positioning. What it does mean is that within the selection process, 6 and 8 come together, and 5 and 9 come together. And so there's a natural selection process. So that resolves that stairway anomaly. But what about the folding deviation? And so we see that we already said that the water splitting totals 14, and then we find that there are different potentiation layers. So we know that we can change the pH by standard deviation. But now we see that there's different kinds of folding in terms of the protein. And so we find that different viruses have different folding. And since we have different organs, then we can't have each organ with the same folding. Different foldings create different organs. So therefore, if we're just looking at the simple deviation of the pH, that's too simple. It's the viruses, which we can't see, that are causing the folding. All we see is the folding, but we have different organs. So the energy from the viruses, which we can't see, has different energies and different viruses. All we see is the manifestation of different organs. So if we are looking at energy transition, we can say they're all the same, but there are gaps. And so these gaps are there because there's a difference. There's a difference between the total of 6 and 8. There's a difference between the total of 5 and 9. And if we choose one, you have to choose the other. It's automatic. This is part of the folding process because of the transmission susceptibility of the virus. So what does that mean when we talk about the flat Earth frequency? And if we graph that, we see that, oh, well, you know, we have kind of a problem because we can understand our little tiny perfect world, but what about the beyond? And so now if we understand charge frequency, and we understand the folding, then we can understand the difference between the peaks and the valleys in our little biosphere. And so we can assign a charge. And say the peaks are negative, but so are the valleys. And then, of course, we create hydrogen and we create oxygen. However, there's a change. there's an extra hydrogen. It's in the gas. We still have the two hydrogen and the oxygen, and we create water. The water is liquid. And so now we understand how these amino acids, through the process of making chains of essential fatty acids, and the real essential fatty acids are actually slightly alkaline. And through the process of folding, which we call each fold is 3, 6, or 9, we create water. And so in the process of folding, these amino acids become protein. So in the folding process, we create protein and water. And the balance of the protein and the water is constant. The process of folding was the energy that it took to create the physicality. That energy was consumed, just like you consume the energy in your car. And so that hydrogen that was created through the folding process becomes part of the energy that is giving. And that giving of energy creates a balanced field in the water that it creates in the physicality. Can you see the star formation of the creation of the water with the two hydrogens as the base and the emitting hydrogen as the top of the star formation? And we do know that we have hydrogen energy in a plasma state. And of course, we do know that we have plasma water. And we do know that we have hydrogen in a physical gas state. And we do know that we have water in a physical state. So regardless of whether it's in a plasma state or in a physical state, the rules are the same. The negative gives and the positive takes. The positive is gravitational. The negative is magnetical. And it was understanding this and going through all the debates and discussions for people who didn't understand advanced science, and I was one of them, understanding the negative charge principle, where the negative gives and the positive takes. The only decision that we had to make was, can the energy be flowing or can the energy be binding? And since nothing is nothing and everything is always something, so the question is, how is that energy interaction happening? So we have to understand that this energy is always coming as an energy pack. And so we see that the energy comes as a virus because the virus itself is non-visible. And so it creates a charge gradient. And then that gives it a gradient charge to interact, and it affects the way it affects, the way it interacts, it affects our lifespan. And so the ideal life quality is to have a balance between the aerobic and anaerobic. And so we have to understand that a virus has to have a host in order to exist. So it's energy in motion. And so that host manifestation is due to the folding, which causes energy depletion. Some of that energy goes into the absorption of the host manifestation. So there has to be an equal and opposite reaction on a different energy level. The x-axis transition to a transmission of a higher energy. But there are extremes. And in these extremes, we have deviation could lead to degeneration, and repulsion could lead to revulsion. They're both extremes, but we know that these extremes are not the same. The magnetical field has a lack of absorption. It is giving. The gravitational field has a folding decay. It takes. So, they say it's the floor is wet and could be slippery. Well, we could slide out to flat Earth if we're not careful. And why is not the question. Why is the answer? These are all representations of folding deviation. And so the universal body enhancement spaceships units are delivering food energy, drug energy, addiction energy. These are all addictions, food and drug and energy depletion. So that message has to be delivered by a messenger. And that energy delivery is by transmission selection. So we now have the capability of selecting the delivery without intermediaries, just using standard folding deviation. And so this transmission spectrum is a representation of the viral spectrum orbitals. So this is the transition of transmission spectrum, a spectrum to a spectrum susceptibility, where you have superficiality on the surface and you have internal substance. And so the difference is in the physicality, which is of a weaker strength, and the plasma substrate, which is of a higher strength. And so we look at this point of containment and we say, well, it's all part of the visible light. With the visible light, it is part of our constancy. But there's a one step beyond in the extreme ultraviolet light, and another step beyond in the infrared. So these transmission orbitals are part of the communication, and communication only requires an antenna, not a map, because this energy is always in motion. So the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. And so the field release has to precede the field capture. The giving has to precede the taking, and therefore the emission has to precede the absorption. So motion itself cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. So we can be plasma dominant and have a tuning, but that tuning has to precede the physical dominant tuning. And that tuning is in balance. And that tuning balance is constant. So when we're looking at the dimension orbitals, we can conclude that it's not man-space centric. The world doesn't revolve around you, and it doesn't involve revolve around the Earth. It's not Earth space centric. The Earth rotates around the sun, but the sun is not the center of the universe. All what we have is a containment within this dimension. And this dimension maintains its containment based on the proximity and the nature of the pressure on that dimension. So each containment has 3 dimensions, 3 transmission dimensions. That's not the message. And that's not how the message is contained. We have to figure out which transmission dimension is the folding deviation, because we haven't answered that question today. The only thing we've answered is that there's a balance between the magnetical and gravitational. And so we have this potentiation of fear anomaly, where we find that terrorist fearing is man-made, but God-fearing is God-made. This fearing is extreme. These 2 extremes are not the same. We don't need fear. We already have fear. What we need is courage. So the God-made fear is actually fearless, and it's gravitational, and it gives. So as we understand our universe, and as we are dominant with respect to our feedback summary, where we always fall back on the dominance of man-made deviation, well, that's part of the feedback, but that's not part of the feeding. So the role of man has different roles. So we have to adjust our target to the reality dimension. We are what we create. And what we create here on Earth space comes from some space. And what comes from some space comes to our Earth space. And we can travel within it, or we can travel anywhere. But we have to understand the difference between the matter plasma dimensions, the physical gravitation, and the plasmatic magnetical field forces. Man is 2 feedback dominant. We have to understand that that is the product. That is not the creator. And we are just an antenna accepting the feeding manifestation, because that's what the message is. But we also have another message, and that's the feedback manifestation. So everything that we're doing is this transmission tuning transition. The selection of one is balanced by the forced selection of another. So there's a resulting selection of feed manifestation, and this selection is predetermined by the selected choices of intention. And we don't need to go to the extremes. We just need to go to select the standard folding deviation that brought us here in the first place as babies and allowed us to grow up into adults. And as adults, we're launching the Keshe Space Plasma research teams so that we can understand this science better, so that we can get out of this feedback dominance and have a new selection process, because we're in the post-March 15th, 2024 era where we can have choices between the bountiful space of Earth space and the transmutation space of outer space. Either place, it's a graceful space of our inner space, isn't it? And so for 536 weeks in a row, the Knowledge Seekers workshops, I've been teaching the greater oneness, transcending limitations of nuclear science, with the presenter, Maren Keshe, and the host, Rick Crammond. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And there's a World Peace Treaty. It's fundamental. Sign it every which way. Sign it with your heart, sign it with a pen, but sign it with the kind of intention that you wish to manifest. And as we ask, is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? And can man find heaven through the field transition? Can man go into outer space without any slip-ups? As we mind the orbitals of the three dimensions of truth, trying to understand standard deviation without intermediaries, we select the message deviation of transition in various physical transmission dimensions. And the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. Thank you so much for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Alex, for presenting your understanding of this, which seems to be very deep knowledge. I would imagine you're probably feeding yourself already without eating any physical food. It does sound like you have a grasp of this. Or are you still struggling the way the rest of us are?
I definitely am struggling.
Okay, let's open discussion. Would anyone like to ask a question or make a comment on what you've just heard? What you're explaining about the positive and negative charges, does this apply to cosmic rays, do you think, as well, or we don't have enough knowledge to understand it? I know you talked about fields, or is this just, again, understanding the plasma in the matter state?
The rules are the same. Everything that we're learning in life is to learn how life works. So it works here, and try it, work it out. And if it works, then it works. So you say, well, why does it work? Well, that's not the question. It does work. So you have to find the answer. And when you can't see the answer, or you can't touch it or feel it, or you don't have the scientific equipment to measure it for the purposes of verification and validation, then you have to resort to other ways and means. And one of the ways and means that all of us have is to understand our sensibilities. Do you need man-made laws to tell you what is sensibility? Do you need someone to tell you on internet as an influencer, well, these are generally accepted principles, and this is the way we have to dress, and this is the way we have to think? Really? You can't make a decision? You have to abdicate that God-given ability to make a decision? Why do we do that? And you say, oh, we are so susceptible to influence. You have no influence? You can't influence yourself? I know when we were teenagers and the parents said, well, we're going to go away for the weekend, so, please take care of the house, don't make a mess. Well, not does not work. All we heard was make a mess. And boy, did we ever. We had fun, but we paid the price. So things balance out. But then conversely, there were times when we did something that was not very good. And how do we balance that out? So our point of view has to be modified. And that's how we could change the past. So the way we looked at things when we were teenagers and the way we look at things as adults, thank goodness they're not the same. You know, we have a little bit more sensibility as adults, or so it appears. As long as we don't abdicate that responsibility, because that responsibility is ours. And so where does that come from? And they say, oh, you know, I had a good upbringing. Really? When you were a baby, when you were born, did you have a good upbringing? You weren't even here yet. Go ahead, Mark.
You mentioned this hesitancy highway. What are we hesitant about? Everything, or is it, again, where are we hesitating? You said we're on this hesitation highway. What does this actually mean to you?
Well, we all like something warm and fuzzy, don't we? Something comfort. We're always seeking comfort. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think we prefer to be comfortable than more uncomfortable. Definitely.
Yeah, so things that we don't know or don't understand causes us anxiety. And so that's a representation of change. And so a lot of people will associate change as being something that causes anxiety. But then the lack of change can also cause anxiety. So like if something is not working and you continue to do that, will that not cause you anxiety if you know that it's not working? So that change would be welcome. But if you're in a good position, let's say, you know, you're someone who has buckets of money. Well, what is the number one thing that I'm sure a vast majority of the population always struggles with? That would be the monthly bills. So
Yes, I
someone,
was gonna say the bills.
yeah, so if you don't have to worry about the daily bills, then you are living in comfort. And if you are worried about the bills and you don't have the comfort of taking care of them, then you have to do something about it. And then if you don't, you will become extremely uncomfortable. You'll be kicked out on the street. So this is the kind of fear mongering that is going on in our lifestyle, whether it be just to pay the bills or whether it is in a war situation. It's the same thing. It's very uncomfortable. And so there are those who are not experiencing that discomfort, but for some reason they are inflicting that discomfort on others. And the more they do that, somehow it makes them more comfortable. And this is all part of the lowest energy state because they in turn become lazy, you see, because why should they draw the energy from the universe when they're comfortable? And by ensuring that they suck all your energy, they remain uncomfortable. They remain comfortable because you're uncomfortable. So this becomes a hesitancy to change. So a lot of people, their first objective in life is to make a lot of money so they can get off that treadmill we call the rat race. And then what? Once you're off that treadmill, then what? Well, then leave me alone. Leave me alone in my own comfort zone. Please do not disturb. That's the hesitancy highway.
Okay, would anyone else like to make a comment or ask a question? We do need some interaction. If you'd like, again, you can stay on the silent line of communication. I can imagine, Alex, when these washing machines come out that are self-powered, or the cooker, or the rest of it, and they find out, you know, you are part of the Keshe Foundation, you've actually been teaching this, and they may come to you and say, gee, you know, we could make $1 million. I can make a cooker. Just tell me how to power it. Would you be able to do that? Or would we be able to do that? Or do you think that is going to be kept within the structure of the foundation? Because I can see a lot of people thinking they can make a lot of money off of this self-contained hair dryer or washing machine dryer and the rest of it. Just tell us how to do it. We'll make them. We'll make a lot of money. Do you think that is at all possible to happen? Or will the manufacturers be, in a way, gifted or licensed to use this technology, and keeping it quite secret in a way? They're not going to be sharing it, are they, with the public at this point? Because
So I can answer.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I can answer your question with several scenarios. So I said that today is my 33rd anniversary, and I was in a very desperate state because I was totally bought into the hesitancy highway. You know, I wasn't actually looking to get off that highway. I was kind of shunted along it, and I was told that there's no cure for cancer, and I met a man who taught me how to cure cancer. And I had $20 in my pocket because I spent all my money trying to find a cure for cancer. And I kept looking in the same place. I kept looking at the people who position themselves in a position of authority, and who profess to be able to research to find a cure for cancer. And there it was. It was put in my hands. It was one of the happiest days of my life. It was May the 5th, 1991. And I thought, boy, my friends would really be happy to know this. Oh boy, was I ever wrong. uh, I couldn't understand it. It was I already had trouble understanding things, and so I think I said this story before, and I said, you know, well, I'd like to know how to cure cancer, and I was told, well, wait a second. Before you learn how to cure cancer, you have to learn about life. And oh, I don't want to learn about life. That's too much. I just want to learn about how to cure cancer. Well, you can't do one without the other. So I said, well, you know, for 8 years, I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars doing it their way, and now all of a sudden I didn't have to pay anymore. I said, well, I might as well learn how to learn about life. And I found out that I didn't know anything about life. Boy, was I ever stupid. And, many of you would probably be wondering, I still feel stupid. Because the more I know, then I find out what I don't know. And back then, I knew everything, so I didn't know much. I did not know much. And now I know so little, and then now I don't know a lot. It's frustrating. However, there were basic rules, and I had to learn those rules. And until I learned those rules, I was having trouble understanding, and I would get angry. And so when I say I'm having trouble now, and I'm still getting angry, but I found out where the anger is coming in, and it's coming. Mr. Keshe talked about it about 2 weeks ago, and he's talked about how we're stuck on this hesitancy highway because we're getting impatient. That's what's going on. We're starting to realize that we're on the verge of breaking through. Well, insofar as we have broken through, it's just that our friends don't want to hear about it. And so you say, well, are they all going to come back to you and say, oh, we can make a lot of money? Well, I'm not even sure that that's the prime motivation. I think for a lot of people, and this is true of our teenage youth, come Friday, they want to get stoned or they want to get drunk, and they measure the amount of fun they had on the weekend by how little they remember. And I remember being in high school, and how was your weekend? Oh, it was great. I got pie-faced on Friday night, and I don't remember a thing until I woke up Monday morning. So, oh yeah, that sounds like a great weekend. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And maybe it was. Maybe that's what he needed to do. He needed to get out of the physical state. And what did he do all weekend? While he was passed out, the soul was probably relieved. Oh, thanks very much. Who wants to be part of your stupid body? And that's what it is. We are, feeling the change, and we don't want to do it the old way because the old way didn't work. It kind of worked, but it didn't. We had some problems with putting square pegs into round holes, and then because we had some tools to jam it in there. Take the square peg and put it on a lathe and make it round, and then take a sledgehammer and pound it into the hole. Sure, that works in physicality, but how do you create things? And what are you creating? And why are you creating it? And in the process of creating it, are you doing anything worthwhile? Is that what you really want to do? And many of us never get the choice to do something that's worthwhile. And you see, there's a catastrophe happening right now in the automotive industry, and it's not our doing. The factories in the United States are closing up. They're shipping all the jobs to Mexico. This is good for Mexico, but all these qualified workers, and I talked to a lot of auto workers, and they would brag about how they'd work at the same job for 30 years. Well, that's okay if the company is still there for 30 years, but if the company decides to close up and they do this on short notice, well, so much for your 30-year pension. And that same thing happened when the Brazilians bought all the mines in Canada here. All the miners were paying union dues to cover up for future necessities. And when the mine was taken over by foreign interests and all the miners were fired, and the union was disbanded, and then of course there was no money left over for the people who paid the union dues. And so, oh, I paid union dues here for 30 years, and what do I have left? Yeah, well, memories, wonderful memories. So, we can't. We'd all like to live on a lily pad and watch the years go by. So I often wonder if we get into outer space, that there's not going to be a traveler's way station in between, is it? Where we're going to be able to sit down and have a coffee. And are we going to have a coffee?
Of course we are. We're
Are
going to go.
we?
We're going to go to Mars for coffee and then back. That's not going to be a problem. Yeah, we're going to set up rest stations, let's say. Again, mattercraft to the rest station, mattercraft to continue the destination, and then perhaps transmutation. Yes, I think we'll be able to play both games.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, I know.
What are we
We're
waiting
all
for?
impatient. And you mentioned automotive, and I was seeing a headline where Tesla has discharged most of its supercharger team. I wasn't even aware of superchargers, but apparently there's a network of these chargers, and they're very efficient and they're very quick. And Elon Musk, they said, has laid off most of the supercharger team. Do you think he knows something is coming down the highway, and why throw good money after bad? Perhaps it's this close that he's actually telling the team. I know the Biden administration, they were banking on this supercharger network in a way to promote the electric car and other things. So do you think has a drift? Why would you not want to charge up your cars? And Ford was going to get in on this supercharger network. Apparently they're quite good and they're quite efficient. I don't know the full story, but it just seems like, gee, why would you want to stop that progression?
Well, the Ford F-150 Lightning
Forget about
production
it.
has stopped. They are postponed until the year 2026, maybe. Right? And yeah, of course he knows. Of course he knows, but
Right. He's one of the teams, I guess, that listen on top of the governments, and then you have some other scientific and other organizations probably listening in to see what they can, as he said, in the same line as Stephen Hawking, to see what they could perhaps take and use in their own manufacturing or their own writings from the Keshe Foundation.
But Mark, to your first question, about people coming to you, say, well, we're going to go into manufacturing and use this technology, say, to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
So he has a lot of money, and has he really done anything for world peace? So has he done anything to find a cure for cancer? So there's some things that just having money alone is not what it is. And so I guess one of the reasons that I didn't have too much respect for money all my life is because the money was there for a purpose, and we knew that the money couldn't buy happiness. But if you have technology and you don't have the money, then you're looking for investors. And if you're an investor and you don't have the knowledge, then you're looking for inventors. And so everybody's looking for a place to put their money, because of all the things that they can do is they know how to make the money. But if you remember, the way they made their money, generally speaking, is at the expense of others. So this is the way we conduct business. And would someone decide to make money so that they could, in the future, eliminate the need to make money at the expense of others? Well, if you're making something and then selling it, you're making money at the expense of someone else. Well, no, you are making a trade. You're trading the ability to produce this product, which has a purpose, and the person who's buying it is going to use that product for that purpose. And so that product and purpose has a worth. And so we have to figure out what it is, and so we exchange money for that. And the idea is that the money that we exchange for that product is worth less than the value of the product we're buying. Well, as I said last week, buddy there who's bought a $140,000 pickup truck that 4 days later burnt on the highway, and his insurance company reimbursed him for $80,000, which represented a net loss of $60,000 in 4 days.
Ooh,
Is
that
probably,
hurts.
yeah, well, but I don't think he'd lend me $10 if I asked him. But oh yeah, well, just well, it's only 60,000. It just rolls off the end of your tongue and say, oh well, I lost 60,000, and then it becomes a badge of honor. Well, I can afford to lose 60,000. Well, if you can afford to lose 60,000, why don't you rent a home for somebody and take them off the street? It would be cheaper. It would only cost 12,000. You could help somebody. You could help somebody and save money at the same time. What a deal!
Thank you. Claudia says, thank you, Alex. And Nikolai has put a question in. I'll read it, Nikolai, and maybe if you want to come in or ask or add to it. We make the assumption that washing machines require power to spin motors, and hair dryers require power to heat coils to move air at us. The plasma technology doesn't need motors. There are gradients in MagRav positions which will move the clothes in the washing machine from top to bottom, and field gradients to create, just a second, to create heat through the rubbing of the magnetic field. So what is it that we are powering? Nikolai? Do you want to expand on that? Or again, it's pretty self. So if the fields
Oh,
are
okay.
moving, yeah, you can see the question in the chat. Thank you, Nikolai.
Well, yeah, I initially had a question about his question, but so what is it that we are powering? And this is very relevant to today. So this is really, really important. The virus is an energy pack. And the purpose of the virus is to facilitate the creation of protein. So that means it's consuming energy in the folding process. So if it's consuming energy, then the manifestation of what is left is what is being powered. And that was the key from the Columbia University teachings. They only talked about the manifestation of the folding. They didn't talk about what happened to the energy. There was no reference to input of energy. And so what we're powering is the manifestation. And where's that energy coming from? Well, that's really the question that we should be asking. And once we can create that energy when it's coming in, then we can start to relate to everything that we're doing. If we see that in the creation of whatever it is, that we're actually consuming that energy, In other words, splitting it up. So that becomes part of the sharing. What we have left behind is a physical manifestation, but that energy is now offset by the energy of the universe. So also adding to the question that you had about the cosmic rays, that they would operate the same way. So as if a ray comes in and it gets absorbed, in the process of getting absorbed, it creates a an offsetting balance. In other words, it somewhere, somehow, energy is being exchanged to offset that. And it has to be within the same field strength. It has to be with a constant field strength. So in our physical plane, we say it's a constant energy. So whether it's light, it would have a constant relationship between field frequency and wavelength. Whether it's in pH, it would have a constancy between acidity and alkalinity. But when it comes to energy in the universe, so if you have a physical manifestation in one, then in some other area, you have a magnetical manifestation. And so what are the parameters that create this manifestation? That's the question that hasn't been answered. And the answer to this is that the field that is created is an inertia field. And so therefore an inertia field comes from the interaction of two other fields. And so one of them is the virus, and the other is the environment. The virus cannot dispose of its energy that it is carrying unless it has a gravitational force field to deposit that energy to. And it's not just going to dump the hydrogen there, it's going to have to be manifested into some kind of physicality. And to be manifested into that physicality, it has to have more density. So when we look at hydrogen, it always comes as two hydrogens. And when we look at oxygen, it always comes as two oxygens. And these are the two fundamental things that have to do with the creation of life on this planet. And from the creation of those two inertias, everything else follows. So when you're looking at the DNA transcription, the initiator leads the way, and all the others, despite the fact there's billions of them, they only follow the rules of 64 codons. So all of these billions of DNA pairs follow the blueprint of 64 codons. And so there's always a balance. And you find that the 64 codons is an even number. So it's not symmetric. It's constant. The relationship is constant, the yin and the yang. And that, so the Chinese have known about this for over 2,000 years. Well, how come? How did they do this? So they did it. Obviously, they did it. So we don't know how they did it. That's our problem. But it's been the problem of a lot of people because we've been forgetting. We forget how we got here. So the whole purpose of this teaching is to understand that principle. So the answer to what are we powering? We're powering the universe. The universe powers us, and we in turn power the universe. So the energy exchange is constant. That's the point. Thanks for your question, Nikolai.
Thank you, Nikolai. Anyone else have an offering or a question or a statement they'd like to make, or an exception with what Alex has brought? That's always fine too. I don't think he'll take offense at that. And the different positions will create an interaction, which will start a creation. I was thinking maybe the first phase of these washing machines will have water, and the water will be heated again through the fields, but he talked about having a car wash or a washing machine or perhaps even a shower stall without any water. If you can do it in a car wash, if you can do it in a washing machine, why would you have to go and take a shower in water? Would this be some sort of plasma dilution where you can not touch the clothes or destroy the clothes, but remove the stains and give it a freshness? And could that be the same with us? I can see the amount of water would definitely be conserved, whether it was a car wash, a commercial laundry, your home laundry, your showering. This will, could they be using plasma dilution technology to solve in a waterless system, perhaps? That
Well,
may
of
be another generation. As he said, these things will be developed in steps. And this might just be the first step of a self-operating or powering washing machine, and then go into the waterless machine.
Well, we have to understand that our grandparents were hanging laundry on a clothesline. And, so it's kind of unsightly when you see your neighbor's clothes, hanging out in the backyard. And, so, well, yeah, I don't want to see that. I just want to see the backyard. So, and of course, that was reinforced by the fact that we had washing machines and other things. And of course, we brought them inside the house. But we also brought the washroom inside the house. So, and that was quite a sensation when that happened, right? I mean, who wants the outhouse in-house, But we managed to overcome that. So what we didn't understand was the benefits of hanging the clothes on the clothesline, and so I thought, well, it's to dry the clothes. But is it to dry the clothes? Or is it to disinfect the clothes?
Could be. Again, it does beat taking a washboard and a whole bag full of laundry down to the river's edge and washing
Yeah, but
that way.
you put the clothes in bright sunlight, and they will be clean.
Yeah, but in the winter, we don't get the bright sunlight, do
Well,
we?
that's the problem, isn't it? So, if you put dry clothes outside in the wintertime, they would become clean. But if you put wet clothes out in the wintertime, they would become hard. So they'd become hard and clean, but when you brought them back, they'd still be wet, right? And so it's the presence of the moisture that actually would create an environment that would be ideal for the exchange of something. And what would that something be? Well, it could be the cooking in the house. I'm sure you've gone into a house and you can tell, you
Yeah,
can smell
what
cooking.
they've been cooking. Yeah.
Or you go into a restaurant and you find, especially a chicken restaurant, and people don't walk in chicken restaurants. They shuffle their feet, okay, because it's very slippery. How does the slippery oil get on the floor when the slippery oil's in the frying pan? Well, because the oil is transferred as a gas, and then it recombines into an oil. So that energy is exchanged. It goes into a gas because of the heat, and then through the process of cooling, it gives off the energy and goes back into an oil. But then it has to land somewhere. And so it lands on the floor, and you say, well, my God, were you spilling all the oil all over the floor? No, the oil just landed all over the floor. And then what's the best way to clean that floor? Well, the best way is to use a very strong alkaline water, which emulsifies the oil, and then you're able to clean that up without detergents. And, you know, I've been trying to show that to people, but they still want to use the detergent because that's how we've been conditioned. So, you know, it all comes out. You have to make the choice. Do you accept the conditioning or do you accept the changes? And then, you know, you have to see, you know, how's that going to change your life? And do you want your life to change? And so depending on the answer is how you navigate. And so we're doing that all the time, all of us. And this is where the you know, the daily grind, if you will. We have to make an analysis every day and answer the simple question: is this planet better today for me having been here? Is this planet better when I go to sleep than what it was when I woke up in the morning? Did I contribute anything? And some of us really, really have to grasp at straws. But even that is so gratifying and rewarding. And once you see that process, you may get a hunger to do more. And I think that's where all the knowledge seekers are at. That's one of the reasons we're all sitting here, if you will, on pins and needles with anxiety, because we know that finally we understand the truth, and we don't understand from our perspective why we don't want to accept that. Well, when we're talking about a society, we don't want to accept that. Well, it all has to do with the balance. So, you know, there's a few of us and there's a lot of them, if you will. But the them is also comprised of those who don't want to and those who do want to. Well, can we do that on the physical basis? At a certain rate, yes. But if we look at the pH scale and each step is an order of magnitude, well, if we have 4 million followers, one order of magnitude would be for 40 million. Two would be 400, and three would be 4 billion. And 4 billion is half the world's population.
I think the advertising agencies are going to have a great time if we need advertising. You know, you see a commercial for a washing machine without water, and then you see a communication device, or some of these things will be coming across our internet instead of the silly things that we see to entice us to buy things we don't need. But we're going to be I think we're going to be quite happy to see such ads, even introducing people that aren't aware of what's in the market, let's say. So, and then of course you go to the plasmaceuticals instead of the pharmaceuticals. I think there's going to be a great time for advertising if we need it. I mean, it may spread quite quickly just through word of mouth, but I can see some very unique commercials being developed and explaining how these things sort of work. Not fully, of course, not all the things they're keeping in-house, the technology part of it, but just the new way of doing things. And then, of course, the car with the option of feeding you, perhaps, and maybe some other things, emotional balancing. I mean, this is just going to take a whole U-turn into what we've been used to seeing. And I think we'll look forward to these commercials, if there are any. Just thought of
Well,
that.
you know, there you go. You know, you get in the car and you get fed, right? So, you know, the idea of driving to the grocery store or taking the family out to the restaurant is really you know, is disappearing as we speak right now. So there would have to be a substitution, you know, for that. So well, we're going to go out and just enjoy the ride, or we're going to go out and enjoy the company, or we're going to go out and do something else that we haven't considered at this point in time because we're too busy working and too busy trying to manage the
Yes,
bills and organizing our
100%.
schedules.
Yes.
So I think there's a whole world out there where, right now we have a hesitancy of, wanting to go to it because we've all kind of organized our little world in the best way. But when you look at those who are suffering right now with the shall we say, the modern technology, who is suffering with modern technology? Have you seen some of the roads in Africa? And there are places that, don't even have electricity. And you say, well, wait a second. I thought Tesla, built a power station in Niagara Falls, over 100 years ago. And what do you mean you don't have electricity? Yeah, they don't have electricity. Well, guess what? They don't have the bill either. So they'll be happy to change because for them, it'll be a radical change in the quality of their life and for
Absolutely. We probably have 2 billion people without any regular electricity on this planet. And of course, the standard of living without electricity becomes much rougher, much harder. So they're going to welcome this with open arms.
Yeah, I might want to go there because at least I'd be with a population that would appreciate it. So I think.
Yeah, I agree.
However,
yeah,
in a couple of months' time, we'll be able to travel on short notice, wherever we want to go without, having to depend on a man-made vehicle. And then we could go there and visit, and then we can come back or not,
Yes, we can all breathe easier, and I know that's a wish of Rick, that we end this pollution with the 10 million people, being subject to air pollution and losing their physicality in so many ways. It's kind of an unseen thing that happens until it happens to you.
Well, I want to thank you for leading the pack here, and I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you can take something away to teach others, because I think we're all clearly seeing that demands are increasing on our own personal resources. We are becoming part of the transition team, and the next person you talk to could be the benefactor. So please enjoy your journey. Thanks so much, Mark.
Thank
Hey.
you, Alex. Yes.
Hey guys.
Hi, Nikolai.
This is Alexander and Nikolai,
Hi.
the Canadians. How you guys doing?
Oh, yes. We saw you in the flight room.
That's right. It definitely had a profound impact. We've been working diligently since the event, and we've actually been developing an app that we believe could unite humanity and basically build a new Earth from a place of love and oneness. And we actually had an interesting question to pose to you guys just to get your feedback. Mr. Keshe actually said very recently in one of the teachings that when the Keshe Foundation has an app, the world will know peace. And we were both curious, what if someone was developing an app for the Keshe Foundation, what would you guys like to see on it? What would it do in its highest form?
Well, I know he talked about the feeding, and then he talked about different Zoom rooms or different rooms you could go in. You want an apple, you dial this number. You want something else, you dial this number. And again, it wasn't that you're going to receive the apple, but you're going to receive the taste of the apple, perhaps, and the energy of the apple. So this is what the apps are showing in the store. There's all different ones for wellness and different things. Let me see if I can pull up the store here just for a moment. All right, I need to share the screen.
Go ahead.
Let's see if I can do that, share screen. Here we go. Okay, and then we'll just put this here. And it's out of stock right now, but this is the comprehensive universal plasma coverage. If we click on that, I don't know if there's anything there. Yes, this is what he's saying. These would all become apps, a comprehensive wellness program, prevention, enhancement, recovery, comprehensive nourishment program. Obviously, they've shown this in Gaza, partial or full, depending if you maybe want to still have some food in the matter state. Comprehensive energy program, another app, I think, here for physical energy, power and lighting. Comprehensive transmutation facilities, local, international, or space. Comprehensive communication facilities. I think all these will be developed into an app. Is that everyone's understanding here? You can actually dial in for these sort of things.
Mhm. Yeah, we were aware that that's part of the intention, but we were just curious what else you guys that are in the room would envision. Like if we said everyone's going to have this app on their phone and it's the Keshe Foundation app, what else would it do in your wildest dreams? You know, what comes to you guys?
Can I weigh in on that? So one of the things that you have to take into consideration is the changing landscape. So the two dominant forces in the phone market, of course, is the iPhone and Android operating systems. But you know, Huawei has just come out with a new operating system as well. But what is different about that system is that it is also linking up the cell phone communication with the satellites, which is something the others can't do. And so that is going to be the new dominant connection. Now, the comprehensive units that Mark has just outlined, they're also going to be hooked up to the satellite centers. And the reason for that is because not everyone is going to have a communication unit as provided by the Keshe Foundation. So those units can do, and so we understand that there are different types of communication. So there's cell phone, there's satellite, there's internet, and there's the plasma dome. So the universal communication units can communicate on all four of those platforms. The app that you're going to be looking at is probably going to be on the other three. And so that being the Harmony OS, the Android, and the iOS. The thing about it is that when you're looking at the ratios of the population, you're finding that the usage of the Harmony OS will be more than the combined usage of the other two. So that's what's changing right now as we speak, and there's been a radical shift in the attention to those platforms, and those developers who are not recognizing the change are going to be actually developing for the diminishing market. And it's really just a matter of time before the new Harmony system, and it's not the only system. There are other systems that are coming, and they are there's another one I can't remember the name, but it too is coming out of China. So you have to understand that the Chinese market, being 1.4 billion, is a lot bigger than the 350 million that we have, or 450 million that we have in North America. So the emphasis on the new technology is going to be that much greater. Furthermore is the infrastructure that's available, and the current infrastructure is racing between cell towers and satellites, and the North American versions are fundamentally obsolete. This is a problem, and so are we going to be able to go through that transition to more advanced systems and still maintain the operating system platforms. So you're going to have to decide how to do that. And I think you're going to find a tremendous market potential with your idea. And you're also going to have to make sure that you have portability between the various platforms. Not an easy thing to do because for a lot of Android developers, Huawei was allowing Androids to be ported over onto the Huawei phones, but in the new version of the Harmony OS, they have basically ceased the compatibility. And we see the same thing happening in the computer platforms. So the Harmony system is also portable on the computer platforms, and so you're looking at the two major platforms, the Intel and the iOS, what we call the x86 platform, and the iOS platform on the computers is also going to be obsolete. So because that's where we have a logjam. The computer platforms are having difficulty integrating with the phone platforms, whereas the new Harmony OS is portable between the satellites, cell phones, and the internet. This is a radical change, and it's been, well, I think it's been 38 years since this type of change has hit the internet. And you think you got problems? Google has problems, serious problems, and no comment needed on that part. But what it means is that once you get into this type of thing, censorship will not be allowed, because that's a man-made construct. The God-made construct is you were born with all the knowledge. It's just a matter of you being able to be aware and tap into it. And because of our over dependence on the feedback dominance, we are not aware that we have this capability. So by enhancing the plasma dome, by enhancing the peace dome and feeding into that, you will be guaranteed success. So I hope you are well on your way in achieving that. I wish you all the best.
Cool. Thank you for that. We were actually considering making a DApp that's decentralized on the blockchain because it's censorship resistant and it can't be taken down. If someone doesn't like it or some government doesn't like it, they can't do anything about it, really. It's just on the block, like Bitcoin. You can't take down Bitcoin, even if you don't want people to use Bitcoin. So that's something we've been considering looking at. And we also are investigating whether we could build it on the blockchain, but still have it on an iPhone, on a Android device, if there's a way to to do that. But we're doing our research, so we'll see how things unfold.
You have to use the Telegram as a model as well, because they have gone with a very unique marketing plan, and just the way that they've organized their particular platform. And of course, in the process that they become a target. But right now, the way things are, they're fairly well resistant. But they have to understand, and they do understand, that there's a whole market that's coming up. So I think of all the markets that you're looking at, the one that's dying the fastest right now is the Android one, and in order for the iOS system to maintain its position, it isn't going to do that in the Chinese market. It is going to have to do that at the expense of others. Isn't it interesting how that self-serving energy binding works? Good luck with that. Thanks so much for your question. Good luck.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Anything else you'd like to add on the app? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, if you guys are interested, we could present you with our white paper. We worked on it quite hard, and it is, if it is what we think it is, it could really, it enables pretty much all beings on the planet to trans, like as the world kind of goes into this period of chaos that we all kind of feel is coming, you know, economic instability, everything that's happening now. The app allows people to do what they love and use their life force energy to contribute into a network where they can basically give and help other beings with what they need with their projects, but then they receive basically like a reputation score and energy that they can then use to receive what they need. And basically it allows anyone to get what they actually need for their life without having to panic or struggle or do something that they don't like doing. And it allows actually humanity to find the projects that are the most in alignment for the good of all beings and actually launch those projects and support those projects. So it's basically, yeah, it came directly from Source. Source like was yelling at us very loudly that humanity needs this technology to transition into the new world. So we've been working on it pretty hard, and we're pretty happy with the paper. So at some point we'd love to present and just have everybody take a look and get your feedback on what we're doing.
Maybe you'd like to let Mr. Keshe take a peek at some of the concepts, and he may offer some helpful insights to what you're working on.
It's funny you mentioned that. We did send a message to Mr. Keshe because technically we signed the contract going through the thing. Any great ideas technically belong to the Keshe Foundation. So we actually sent him the papers, and he gave us a heart sign, so he gave us a thumb. So he likes what we're doing. And that's all we know so far.
Well, remember we're having a rollout right now, and the current climate for these type of things in terms of a rollout is still there's still a lot of back pressure on it, and you understand our schedule, so you need to be prepared because I think we're less than 10 months away from changing the environment.
That sounds exciting. So
yeah, well, be very exciting when we all start to land in Washington, you included.
I'm certainly looking forward to transmutation. That would be wonderful. I've never been a fan of security checks and TSA and all that. I'm ready to just.
You're ready to get off the hesitancy highway, are you?
I really am. I really am. If I want to be in Tibet tomorrow, that means, boom, I'm ready to do it.
Awesome.
But yeah, so yeah, if you guys are curious at some point when the time is right, we'd love to it's not too long a read, but it's quite powerful. And we had the realization that the downloads we've been getting, it just kind of lines up. Like if we went and built the app, it has so much good stuff in it. It wouldn't be that difficult to add in the frequencies and everything Mr. Keshe wants to do. So we thought it might be logical that what we've actually been working on may actually be the Keshe Foundation app. That's why we sent it to him first. Excellent. But I suppose time will tell if that's the case.
Well, I just to encourage you, I think the construct is vital. So that white paper, would be more than welcome. As to the actual practical implementation of it, that requires a technological skill. And so the combination of those two will manifest in the inertia of the realization of this app. So yeah, by all means, I think that would be great. And whenever you're ready, just let us know, and then we can allocate some time for you here, and be glad to hear it, because we need more input from the North American community. That is for sure.
That's what I was just going to suggest. If they'd like to present a partial or some sort of time you need to just review the concepts of what you're working on, we'd be delighted for you to do that here on this platform or any of the platforms.
I mean, if you guys have the energy, we could do it at this moment, or we could or we could do it another call. Just depends on you guys.
Call.
Yeah.
Let's think about it. Another call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's
just send Alex a message or myself, or just get in touch with us. No problem. You can take over part or a good portion of the program and share with what you're developing. I'm sure there's going to be many people developing many different things that are going to want to have it aired in a way. And hopefully we'll have some great comments and criticisms or suggestions for you.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Open
Thanks, guys.
invitation.
We'll reach out.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Much love to you all.
Yep. And may you all be proud of the work you do. And may you all be proud of the person you are. And may you all be proud of the difference you make. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're all carrying a corner of this very large carpet. So it's all of us now. And of course, remember the three kings. I think this is a huge protection for you in shielding, because if you're thinking good and you're it's not as, it's easier said than done. But if you're thinking good and speaking good and doing good, there's not much that can attach to you. And I think it creates a shielding of emotional balancing for you. So remember the three kings when things work out well or when things don't work out so well. These three kings, or the concept, the understanding here, I think will be carrying with us forever. Because especially in the universe and especially here too. But again, it takes the individual work to work that out. Everyone's slightly different, but the concept remains the same. So thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the whole process of delivering. We all work in different strengths and different areas, and it's all coming together for the common purpose of world peace. And of course, that's just the step in the next step of progression and interaction with the universal community. So thank you all. Thank you, Alex, and everyone who's been here and supporting this program and other programs around the Keshe Foundation. I'm sure we'll be consolidating in, if there's one planet, one nation, one race, we just need one group in so many ways of the language communities. I don't know how that'll work out, but I can foresee that happening. So thank you all again. And what I'd like to do, I did look for the Keshe coin. I'm going to play the Keshe coin video and then the final disclaimer. I didn't see the coin on the website advertised. We know the cosmic ray material is there, but Mr. Keshe just mentioned last week or the week before, people are buying Keshe coins weekly. So you just contact the store or the Keshe Foundation directly, and you can acquire Keshe coins, which is part of a banking system that's set up, but it hasn't fully come into operation yet. It's not a coin for speculation as the Bitcoin. We see it go to 60, down to 20, back up to 50, whatever. But it is a coin that will support the foundation and also allow you to purchase any of the services or products that are offered by the Keshe Foundation exclusively at this point. And as Mr. Keshe said, if someone needed their funds back, or their son was in college and they put the money in, or they ran into hard times, they refund some of these funds, as I understand it, or what was mentioned to us. So I'm going to play the Keshe coin video and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else want to bring anything else before we do that? Thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day. And let's see.
Hello.
Yes, Lisbeth, go right ahead.
Matt, when is the testimonials? Is next week or tomorrow?
The second Monday of the month.
Second Monday. Okay.
Right. So if anyone has any testimonials for May, I think it'll be on the 13th, which is Monday. Starts at 8 p.m. Central European Time, Central European Summer Time. So in the public Zoom room meeting, or you can probably join on Vimeo, is it? And you can join that meeting and bring some of your testimonials, or as Rick said, this is a payback for something the plasma technology in a way may have helped you with or sort out, or in another way, just wanting to share something that happened to you regarding this technology.
Okay. Okay, and thank you so much because all the time be part of the Soul of the Peace, and thank you for sharing all the time knowledge about the Creator and the creation, and for continue growing the elevated souls, the all souls in existence, all leaders, and because when they elevate the soul of the leader, you elevate the soul of the message too. Thank you so much.
And as you always like to say, we are
We are the soul of the peace. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Okay, so if there's no further comments or questions, then we will play the Keshe coin, hopefully, if I can find it. Here we go. And then the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Thank you all again. And again, it's not been an easy road for us. Many people have not accepted the technology, so we can imagine what Mr. Keshe has gone through in the last 20 or 30 years and all the problems he's had in negotiating this up to the highest levels. But it's so beautiful that they are taking this knowledge and they are starting to explore it. Some nations more, some nations less. But again, I think he's working out this so that they will start talking to one another rather than fighting with one another. And this is the whole process, as he said, of releasing the key in 2011 or 12, whenever that date was. And so it's definitely worked its way through the system. And there's much more probably developed than we're totally aware of. I mean, within the government structures. But again, I think Mr. Keshe is holding on to some of the really technical part of all of this so that nobody abuses the technology till they become mature in the soul level. So thank you all again, and just continue your work. We're moving in the right direction. We're getting closer and closer, and hopefully the next generation will see much, much more than we have seen. But yet we may have some surprises coming up, it sounds like, in the next weeks and months, for certain years. But we're going to see some very fantastic things, and you'll be proud that you've been here and been touched by this knowledge and have picked up that flower, again, to share it with the others. So thank you all and have an amazing rest of your day.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.